Today, Mike Trout was named as a starter in the All-Star game, making his second team in as many years. Tonight, he and the Angels look to get back on track against the red-hot Boston Red Sox. Angels and Red Sox next. Another gorgeous night for baseball here in Southern California. The Angels trying to bounce back after a very tough loss last night to the Boston Red Sox. Tonight, it is game number 2 of this 3-game series. Hi, everybody, from inside the Big A and alongside my broadcast partner, Mark Cubas. I'm Victor Rojas. So glad you can join us once again for Angels baseball here on Fox Sports West. Earlier today, we learned that Mike Trout got a starting nod in the American League squad for the All-Star game that's coming up a week from Tuesday. Second such nod for him as far as All-Star nods. First starting nod for him, and probably that's two that many more to come for Mike Trout.
No question, Victor. When you think about it, just 21 years old, this will be his second All-Star appearance, this time as a starter, and deservedly so. Swinging the bat so well for the Angels this year. 45 extra base hits for him. That's including doubles, triples, and home runs. The stolen base, he's got 20 stolen bases, playing some outstanding defense. He changes games with his glove, his wheels, and his bat. He can do so many things for this club. Deservedly so, a starter. The American League certainly should be real happy with the fact that he's going to be out there patrolling the outfield with an opportunity to win home field advantage. But Mike Trout, congratulations. He is definitely a great player.
Unfortunately for the Angels, the only representative, we thought that Howie Kendrick certainly had a chance. Very deserving candidate. Did not make the All-Star team, but still putting up very, very good numbers. Tonight, a battle of right-handed pitchers. Ryan Dempster is going for the Boston Red Sox. Jerome Williams, who got knocked around the last time against the St. Louis Cardinals, gets a start on short rest as we are just about ready for baseball here in Southern California. We're going to bring you the lineups and the first pitch when we return.
for me, and really I enjoyed it a lot. But it's one of them ones that as a blink of an eye, I was on a plane back to Anaheim. But I'm gonna take it in, do everything I can to enjoy the festivities and the experience out there. So.
Well, Mike Trout voted to the starting 9, if you will, starting 8, I guess, because starting pitchers, for whatever reason, aren't voted on by the fans. But a great honor for the young man, and it kind of tells you the appeal and the talent that he has, not only in Southern California, but throughout the country.
Well, there's no question. People and baseball fans recognize how good of a player Mike Trout is. They did last season, made the club as a reserve this year as a starter, and he's only 21 years old. First Angels starter since Vlad won that nod in 2007 for Mike Trout.
Let's take a look at the lineup for manager John Farrell of the Boston Red Sox. First place in the American League East, 20 games over 500 with a 54-34 record. They will have Jacoby Ellsbury leading things off in center field. Shane Victorino is in right. Dustin Pedroia at second base. David Ortiz had the pinch hit home run last night. He's the DH tonight. Mike Napoli is over at first base. Daniel Nava is in left. Jared Saltalamacchia is doing the catching. Brock Holt, former Pittsburgh Pirate, is at third base. And to all the girls I loved before, it's Jose Iglesias batting ninth.
Wow, good job on that one.
And playing shortstop. And taking on Jerome Williams, looking to bounce back, of course, after a very rough, short outing against the St. Louis Cardinals just a couple of nights ago.
In which he threw 55 pitches. But Jerome's one of those pitchers, though. He has a resilient arm for one. Plus, he's very good with that sinking fastball. Sometimes, as a pitcher, you're better off if you're a sinker ball pitcher, pitching on short rest as compared to long rest.
You see the numbers there, 55 pitches, inning in 2/3 for Jerome. Facing a very good ball club in the Boston Red Sox at the start of the day. They're 54 victories, the most wins in Major League Baseball, one ahead of the Pittsburgh Pirates. They're a season high 20 games over 500. As the first one tonight is down and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Ellsbury last night had a 1-for-5 game. Taking his batting average to .302, has a couple of home runs, 30 runs batted in. Now a 15-game hitting streak for Ellsbury. This one grounded up the middle, and it's a base hit. Hamilton cuts it off. Ellsbury thought about going to second. It's a strike throw by Hamilton to second base, and Ellsbury's on board with a leadoff single. Check out the Angels defensively tonight. J.D. Chuck is in left, Mike Trout is in center, Josh Hamilton in right. Brennan Harris, Eric Ibar, Howie Kendrick, and Albert Pujols around the infield from third to first, and Chris Iannetta behind the plate.
And Brendan Harris getting that start at third base for the Angels tonight. Forced start there in that position, has committed 1 error, has turned 1 double play, but with Jerome Williams on the hill, that sinking fastball both away to lefties and in on righties, going to get a lot of action down there at third base.
Shane Victorino, the right fielder, up now. Harris playing in at third base. The first one is in for a strike. Victorino's first season with Boston. 287, 3 home runs, 21 runs batted in. 1 for 5 last night. You got to pay attention with Ellsbury over at first base. American League leader in stolen base. As a matter of fact, picked one up last night. 34 now. Good off speed there, took something off.
Jerome does a good job as far as slowing down a running game. Not particularly quick to the plate as far as his times. He's got a quick pickoff move, 9 career pickoffs for him, and also utilizes a slide step on occasion, but holds the baseball very well, which is very good as far as slowing down a base runner as far as getting momentum and trying to steal the base. So I always think when you do that once, as a pitcher, you step off quickly, you can do that again, but the next time you step off quickly, then you fire over the first base. Got Pujols playing there tonight, so you can get a quick pickoff.
One ball, 2 strikes. Ellsbury on board with a leadoff single. Victorino now with a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Boston 23-18 out on the road this year. Quick throw to first. In fact, I just went through my book here. I recall the last time the Angels allowed a leadoff single to start off a ball game. Leadoff hit for that batter. Last guy to do it, Andy Chavez, back on June the 20th. Not that the Angels haven't given up first inning runs, but
Getting that leadoff man on is John Farrell, the skipper in his first season, managing the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, he has his club running aggressively. 67 steals as a club. Bench coach Torey Lovella, prior to the Valley, went to Montclair Prep. Played for the Angels also. Farrell and Torey Lovella.
Farrell, formerly the pitching coach with the Red Sox, prior to getting the Blue Jays job. Good lead for Ellsbury at first base. 1-2. Swing. A miss down. Goes Victorino. 1 out. Pedroia comes to the plate. Take a look at our Hyundai Key.
Poison that every rose has its thorn. Yes, you've been playing some tremendous baseball. It's one of those tough games last night. The defense went away from the Angels and had some opportunities but didn't capitalize. But the reality is the team has been playing well. Just look forward to a solid game here tonight defensively and offensively.
1 out, 1 on for Pedroia, the second baseman. 1 for 5 last night. .323 batting average. His 5 home runs. 49 runs batted in. Outfield for the Angels, especially at center and right, shading Pedroia the opposite way. This one's looped out toward right center field. Trout coming on. Perfect placement, makes the grab, 2 outs.
Well, you mentioned that, Victor, the way you're going to pitch Pedroia, because you're going to try to keep the ball down. He's very, very quick on fastballs up. And Trout was in position to make that look rather routine. Most times has an opportunity to fall into center field for Pedroia, but well played and well scouted by the Angels to be in position to get the second out.
So 2 outs and a man at first. David Ortiz, the batter. Mentioned the pinch hit home run he hit last night. Kind of a decision that you could probably second guess if you're sitting at home. Nava had opened up the inning with an extra base hit, first base open. Mike Scioscia electing to have Dane De La Rosa pitch to him, and on the second pitch, a splitter. Ortiz hit the home run. Ellsbury takes off. Ortiz takes a big rip and fouls it straight back, and it's an 0-1 count.
Well, Ellsbury had that base stolen easily. It was one of those pitches for David Ortiz he just couldn't let go. And he fouled that one straight back. Boy, a huge jump for Ellsbury. See the frustration because he knew he was going to be in scoring position for Ortiz.
Not necessarily a hit and run per se, as you see runners looking back, but you got David Ortiz, a left-handed batter, swinging away, or the chance of him swinging away. You want to see if that ball's coming at you.
You might not be able to get out of the way. Ortiz with 2 home runs and 5 RBI in his career against Jerome, a .600 hitter, 3 for 5.
The Angels overshift. Kendrick's out in shallow right field. Ibar to the right of second base. Harris at the shortstop position. 0-1 pitch. That is ripped foul. 0-2. 2 very comfortable swings for Ortiz. But in the hole now.
Well, now you try to sink something away. Even take a little bit off the fastball.
Ortiz 3 for 5 in his career against Jerome with a couple of home runs and 5 runs batted in. Hence the comfort zone that he's in the batter's box. Well, it's kind of a late timeout granted by Tim Timmons, the home plate umpire.
And that was going to be a pitch out put on also. When Jerome's ready to deliver the baseball, then the timeout is called and granted. Most times as a pitcher, you just follow through and let the ball go. First time through before Ortiz steps out, yeah, I'm in agreement with that one as far as a pitch out. Because Ellsbury was definitely going, but he wasn't going to go that second time around.
More than likely going. Throw over to first.
Because when you're ahead of the count 0-2, you can afford to have a pitch out put on, especially with the trust that Mike Scioscia has in Jerome Williams to throw strikes.
Ellsbury takes off, and it's a little bouncer to the left side. That is going to go for an infield base hit.
A great pitch, too, by Jerome. As Ortiz well out in front. But because of the shift being on, once a guy by Jerome, there was no way there was going to be a play made. It's an excellent pitch.
So 2 on, 2 outs. Mike Napoli at the plate. Napoli getting the start at first base tonight. 1 for 5 game last night. It was a monster home run. His 10th of the year, 55th run batted in. One ball, no strikes.
We always hope with that swing that Napoli had late last night that all of a sudden he doesn't get hot. He has been struggling. We know what he's capable of doing against the Angels, that's for sure. As far as batting average, 362 with 13 career home runs against his former mates.
Ellsbury at second, Ortiz at first. It's late on that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Napoli in his first season as a member of the Red Sox. A multi-year deal agreed upon, but trouble passing the physical. Ended up signing a 1-year deal.
You look at the hot zones for Napoli. He's very good down and in, very good up and away. So you got, if you're going fastballs away, you got to keep it down. You go fastballs in, you got to go belt or higher inside.
Ellsbury takes off. The pitch is inside. The throw from Iannetta sails into the outfield, and Boston has itself a 1-0 lead. Ellsbury picks up his 35th stolen base. The Angels commit their 65th error of the year.
A great jump, timed them well. A high throw. Harris, no chance to be able to try to knock that baseball down. Going to cover the base, and the throw at Ellsbury.
I think that's one of those with 2 outs. You just eat it, especially with the jump that Ellsbury had at second base. Ortiz isn't going anywhere. Now he's in scoring position. 2-1 count now. Mike Napoli. Fourteen pitches thrown by Jerome here in the first. In the air. Playable for Trout. And Boston strikes for a run on a couple of hits, and a big error by Chris Iannetta will head to the bottom of the first. Angels down 1-0. couple of hits allowed by Jerome Williams. And we will check out Mike Socher's starting nine for tonight. The Angels at the start of the day, 9.5 back in third place in the West with a 41-45 mark. It's JB shotgun left, Trout at center, Pujols at first. Hamilton is in right, Kendrick at second, Trumbo the DH. Ibar at short, Ionetta's doing the catching, and Harris batting ninth and playing third base. Taking on Ryan Dempster, the veteran, 5-8 mark and a 4.11 ERA.
Fastball 87-92, throws a cut fastball, slider, and a split finger fastball.
First one is a strike on the corner. JB last night 1 for 4, picked up his second triple of the year. 292 average for JB, 10 doubles, 2 triples, 20 runs batted in. Leaving the count up at 1 ball, 1 strike.
Dempster is 1-2 in his career versus the Eagles with an ERA over 9. 20 earned runs in 19 2/3 innings pitched, including 6 home runs.
Strike on the inside corner, 1-2. Dempster picked up a win against the Angels on June the 9th. Giving up just 3 runs, 6 hits, and 6 innings, and 6 punch-outs, and 2 walks, 110 pitches. Six of his last 7 starts have been quality starts for Dempster.
Always got to keep your eye on for those baseballs in the dugout, even though you have that protection now with those benches on that netting in the front. Always got to keep your eye for that baseball coming in there.
Rolled foul. And a count remains at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Last start for Dempster, no decision. That was against the Blue Jays. 2 runs at 5 1/3. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's given up 17 home runs this season.
I was just going to say that last start against Toronto was the first time he hadn't given up a home run in a game since May 23rd.
6 home runs versus left-handed batters, 11 versus right-handed batters.
He's off the breaking ball, and it's a full count now. Three-two. Shep fouls it off to the left. Pujols, Cayaspo both homered against Dempster in that June 9th game. Joe Plant got the start opposite of Ryan. Another 3-2. Shot. Shoots this one in the air to left. Back on it is Nava. 1. That'll bring up Mike Trout. 1 out here in the first. Named to his second All-Star team earlier today. Starter in the outfield. Adam Jones and Jose Bautista, the Toronto Blue Jays.
Pretty good outfield.
Say. That is ripped to left. Nava over to try to cut it off. No chance on that one. Easy double for Trout, and he will stop right there. 27th of the year for Mike.
We talked about him in the opening as far as extra base hits. Making 46 now on the season for Trout. And that baseball was scalded with some serious sound off the bat. Boy, fastball up. It's so quick through the swing for Trout, able to turn on that when he get it by Nava. Tried to cut it off, no chance to be able to cut off that rocket by Trout.
So down 1-0. The Angels with an opportunity to try to tie things up here. Albert Pujols will step up. He's been mired in a deep slump for Albert. But back at first base, so feeling good as far as the foot and everything concerned with it. He fouls this one off to the right. It's an 0-1 count.
If ever there was a time for Pujols to get it going against a guy that he's very familiar with, Ryan Dempster. He's got 8 career home runs against him, 17 RBI. And that's a lot of at-bats, too. 60. 21 hits for Pujols.
6 for his last 49, however. 244 batting average. Pedroia trying to keep Trout close to the bag at second. Big lead for Mike. The 0-1. This one's off the end of the bat, down the right field line, tailing foul. Now play.
Staying in. A lot of fastballs in the inner half against Pujols. I wonder if he'll try a two-seam fastball, run it down and in on him. That's what the Cardinals did a lot against Pujols.
Hamilton on deck. The Angels with the loss last night, 22-25 here at home. Napoli way off the line at first base. Pedroia directly up the middle, almost behind the bag at second.
And the reason Napoli's able to play a little bit further away from the base in first base is because of Pujols and the knee issues and the foot issues for him. I feel that you can get back to the base before Pujols would be if he hit a ball to that side of the field.
0-2, and that is hit sharply to short. Trout gets back to the bag. 2 outs. Let's check out the Red Sox defensively before Hamilton steps to the plate. Nava, Ellsbury, and Victorino in the outfield from left to right. The infield has Holt, Iglesias, Pedroia, and Napoli from third to first. Saul Talamacchia is doing the catching.
Right there you saw the hands of Iglesias at shortstop. He's got great soft hands. He's been known as a shortstop this season. Strong throwing arm and tremendous range at that position. Saw him at third base in Boston, but definitely a shortstop by trade.
There's Hamilton. 10-game hitting streak for Josh. Takes downstairs. He had 1 for 4 last night to extend that hitting streak. 227 average, has 11 home runs, 31 runs batted in, 16 doubles and a couple of triples. They tried to wait as long as possible on that changeup, and that evens the count.
I would imagine he's going to get a lot of off-speed pitches in his at-bat, especially there's a base open. Dempster, a veteran, realizing that Hamilton has a tough time staying back on off-speed pitches, and even if he does walk them, still with the open base, he can face a right-handed batter in Howie Kendrick.
A 2-1 count. Boston getting a run in the first inning. Unearned run. Throwing error by Chris Iannetta as Ellsbury was attempting to steal third. Those unearned runs doomed the Angels last night. 2 of them. That is ripped out to straightaway center field. Ellsbury was playing deep. Was able to track it down for the third out. So the Angels lead the tying run in scoring position. 1 complete. Boston still on top. presented by Kia. The Angels mentioned at the start of the day, 9.5 back. But Oakland lost, and Texas is currently losing. So the Angels with an opportunity to pick up a game in the standings. Trying to build some momentum going into the off day and then into Wrigley Field on Tuesday night. 2 night games at Wrigley Field, Tuesday and Wednesday on the road trip. Daniel Nava takes down and away for ball 1. And it's off to Seattle before the All-Star break. Nava, the switch hitting outfielder, at the start last night at first base, went 2 for 4, including a double, his 12th of the year. 287 average, 10 home runs at 49 runs batted in. Jerome in the first inning threw 15 pitches, 10 for strikes, with a couple of hits, and had 1 punch out. Showed 1 now.
And we mentioned Jerome threw 55 pitches his last time, not just a couple of days ago, in this Boston club. Always been known to be patient, foul a lot of pitches off, so it's important to get some quick outs if you're Jerome.
Grounded to the left side, Brendan Harris can't get there. And it's a leadoff single for his 2nd straight inning.
Brendan playing off the line. The baseball gets by him into left field.
So a man on for Jared Saltalamacchia. Catcher bats from both sides of the plate. Had a multi-hit game last night, going 2 for 4. 264 this year with 8 home runs and 33 runs batted in. Nava takes off. It was a hit and run, and Saltalamacchia fouls it off to the left.
Well, we saw that combination last night going hit and run. Nava being all first, Saltalamacchia up at the plate. Farrell with the trust that Saltalamacchia will make contact. Was Nava not necessarily blessed with a lot of speed, but a good enough jump, and the trust for contact being made at the plate.
Albert paying the quick visit to the mound.
That conversation has to be just pay attention to him. You don't have to worry about throwing over necessarily. Just hold the ball enough to make sure you don't get a running start.
Ball at a strike. Boston, one of the top offenses in Major League Baseball, 2nd in average, 1st in runs, 1st in slugging, 1st in on-base percentage, 1st in stolen bases. That's all in the American League standings. A collection of guys that they've brought together, revamped their organization a little bit at the Major League level.
I'm saying getting some gamers, the guys are going to get the uniform dirty, play hard every day.
Good off speed. 1-2. They've done that for the most part. 31-16 at Fenway Park, 23-18 out of the road. And I think many folks going into the season didn't know how to judge the Red Sox because they had made so many different changes.
So a lot of people were picking them to be 3rd or 4th in this division.
1-2 pitch. Pretty good one. Just missed off the plate apparently. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
At their changeup, Jerome goes fastball away. Tries to catch the outside corner. I had a setup right there. Ball runs off the plate. But still, as a hitter, after a pitcher dismissed like that, he's more apt to swing at something away.
Now the 2-2. That is ripped down to right field line. It's going to be trouble. Heading to third is Nava, who is going to be stopped at third. Saltalamacchia with a double. They went down and in on Saltalamacchia. Picks up his 21st double of the year. Boston cooking here the 2nd as well. 2 base runners on, nobody out. And Brock Holt, the 3rd baseman, coming up.
Well, that's a spot for Saltalamacchia he's going to have a good swing at. Jerome tried to turn that 2-seam fastball over, but it stayed in the inner half. You could see how Ioannidis reaching back for that pitch. And Saltalamacchia down the right field line for his 21st double. now 6 for 13 against the Angels this year.
Corner infielders in for the Angels. Middle infield back. Holt, first time in the big leagues with Boston this season. Takes down and in. He was with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Picked up in that trade in the offseason. Brought Joel Hanrahan to Boston. A Melanson deal. And a number of others going back to Pittsburgh. Did get to the big leagues last year with the Pirates at .292 in 24 games. Puts this one in the air down the line. Not hit very deep. J.B. Shuck now drifting over. Nava looks like he wants to tag. He's coming home. The throw is not in time. Gets away, and it's 2-0 Boston.
A lot closer play than I anticipated. It was real close to the plate.
Yeah, Bainetta comes up with that baseball.
That's a good throw by Shuck again. An accurate throw. Got his momentum going, turn around, perfect throw to the plate. But a screen set up in the slide by Nava, unable to make that play because the ball hit him. But a pretty strong throw by Shuck.
Sac fly for Holt. Picks up his first RBI as a Red Sox. Fourth in his brief big league career. Saltalamacchia remains at second. 2-0 Boston now. And Iglesias the batter, the shortstop. Lays off, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Iglesias having a nice season for Boston. .410 average with a home run, 11 runs batted in. Needed to count up at 1-1. Very good glove man. Saw him playing third base when we were at Fenway Park. Off the end of the bat, foul. It's a ball and 2 strikes.
Nice little cut fastball from Jerome there. More important to limit the damage this inning, because the Angels are going to score some runs against Dempster. Even the outs made last inning were hit hard. Trout had a double also, so there are going to be some opportunities to score, but you got to keep the game close and not allow the Red Sox to get a big lead and allow them to be more aggressive on the bases.
This one in the air, playable for either Pujols or Kendrick. Now he calls off Albert. 2 outs. Fans, make your plans to be in the Big A on July the 20th. Why? It's because the Angels are taking on the Oakland A's at 6:05, and then you can enjoy a country concert presented by Budweiser, featuring country superstar Billy Currington. Purchase your tickets today. The advanced ticket window by logging on at angels.com/concerts.
Now I know why.
That's why.
July 20th.
Two outs. Saltalamacchia at second base, and Ellsbury steps up now. Ellsbury with a single, stolen base, and a run scored in the first inning. 4 hits for Boston through an inning and 2/3. Bouncer back to the mound. Jerome snags it. The inning comes to an end. Boston tacks on another run and a couple of hits. We'll head to the bottom of the second. The Angels trail it 2-0.
Last night, Howie Kendrick. It's a fastball that was down middle part of the plate and drives it out over the wall in right center field for his 10th home run, 39th RBI for Howie Kendrick, who should have made the All-Star team.
No doubt about it. Leading things off, the Angels down 2-0. Kendrick, Trumbo, and Ibar here in the second against Ryan Dempster. At the one-out double to Mike Trout. Mike was stranded in scoring position. .317 batting average, 10 home runs, 39 runs batted in for Howie. It was 10th last night. Ahead of the count at 2-0 now. American League second baseman Robinson Cano won the vote. Pedroia won the players' vote.
Jason Kipnis was also selected as a second baseman representing the American League. Certainly see Cano and Pedroia, no question, but Howie deserved to be on that All-Star team. The batting average among second basemen. Howie's a second, just behind Pedroia.
3 balls and 1 strike now.
Kipnis, solid season, player of the month for June, 296. That's significant. It's a 21-point differential.
Now he drives one out toward right center field again. Ellsbury giving chase at the wall and gone! Big fly once again for Howie Kendrick. Back-to-back nights for him. 2-1 Boston.
And Howie, he heard us stating the case for him here. Heard him on the 18th Universe Rewind from last night. I get to do it again next time out. Howie, center field with this big fly. His 11th home run. Fastball again, that inside-out approach, but still able to do so, hitting it to center field. Well out for Howie Kendrick.
There's Trumbo. Takes downstairs.
18th home run that Dempster has allowed now. So he's got a good chance of getting that career high. 18 he had in 2011 for Howie Kendrick. Already 11 this season.
1 ball, 1 strike. I was just going through the All-Star roster. Now, I guess you can make a case for why the Tigers have 6 guys. Justin Verlander. I know it's Justin Verlander, but he's been a different guy this year.
And he would even tell you the same thing. He hasn't pitched as well as he normally would do. Yeah. And his ERA, pretty high for him.
And Ben Zobrist is the other infielder, swing guy for the Rays, the only guy voted on by the Rays, or for the Rays. Trumbo pops it up, shallow right. Long run in for Victorino. Calls off Pedroia, 1 out. One of the starters in the American League today. John Jones and Bautista in the outfield. Cabrera, Hardy, Cano, and Davis in the infield. And Joe Mauer, David Ortiz rounding out the starters. Chris Davis edged out Miguel Cabrera in the overall voting. I'll tell you what, the Baltimore Orioles, whatever it is that they did, they got out the vote.
There's no question. Markakis barely didn't make that team as a starter.
Incredible. Here's Eric Ibar. Shows bunt. Pulls it toward the first base side, and that is going to go for a hit. Ibar does not stop running. And he will reach second on the error by Dempster.
Well, we would wonder when Eric was going to try a drag bunt at some point in this series. He was able to successfully do so, getting it by Dempster, who almost made a very good play. Once it got up and landed on the grass, I thought there was no chance, but Dempster with a quick flip with the glove, but a high flip and over Napoli's head at first base. Did about as well as you could possibly do as a pitcher on that play. And a high flip allowed Eric Ibar to get into scoring position on the error.
I'll tell you what, credit Napoli, too. Any first baseman in that point right there. I mean, it's taking a slap shot from right there in the crease. I mean, it's all reaction. He followed the baseball as quickly as possible.
And almost caught it. Yeah. And if he catches that ball, they might have had Ibar at first. It was that close, bang, bang play. But a good bunt by Ibar.
There's Chris Iannetta with Ibar at second, 1 out. Chris shoots one toward short, past Iglesias, into left center. That will tie things up. Chris Iannetta picking up his 27th run batted in. Well, if Iglesias comes up with that one.
He almost, we talked about his range and his glove. At that shortstop position, he almost made the play. That ball was rocketed by Iannetta, just under his glove. A top hand spin on that when they get it underneath the glove. Almost made the play at Ibar. Reed, he was going to be doubled up if he catches it, but he didn't do so. And a base hit scores the run.
Yeah, that's an easy double play to end the inning if he does catch it.
But I think at that point, if you're Eric Ibar, you're going anyhow on that one. You have to. Even if he makes that play, you tip your hat and go back into the defense.
3 hits in the inning for the Angels. Tied at 2 now. Here's Brendan Harris.
And just like we said with Jerome Williams that last inning, limited damage. You did give up 1 run, but you know you've had some good swings against Dempster already in this game and certainly in the past. Certain pitchers just don't match up well against certain clubs.
Harris tonight getting to start at third base. Takes inside. Corner for a strike. That pitch looked in. Harris hitting .212 on the year, 3 home runs, 7 runs batted in, has 4 doubles. Harris 2 for his last 33. Callaspo not in the lineup tonight. Iannetta takes off as a hit and run. It's fouled back.
Harris, a .303 career hitter against the Red Sox with a home run and 9 RBI. Mike Sosa trusting the contact being made by Brendan Harris on the ground sends Iannetta on a hit and run.
Top of the order, J.B. Shuck on deck. 1 out. Iannetta over at first base. 0-2 to Harris. He's got a piece of it. Keeps his at-bat alive. Boston with solo runs the first and second innings. The Angels striking for 2 here in the second. Home run by Howie Kendrick leading off this frame. And then single and error. Put Ibar at second base. That brought him home. Two outs. Harris goes down swinging on the breaking ball. Go back and give you the reserves for the American League. Jason Castro made it for the Houston Astros, their lone representative. Perez, the catcher for the Royals. Prince Fielder at first. Kipnis, we already talked about. Pedroia, of course. Zobrist. Peralta is having an all-star type season at shortstop for the Tigers. Offensively, Machado hit his 39th double.
Yeah, he's unbelievable.
Nelson Cruz, Alex Gordon for Kansas City. Torrey Hunter, you can argue, yes or no. He's really cooled off for Detroit. As JB looks at the striking, and Edwin Encarnacion certainly deserving.
Well, it helps when your manager gets to select some of the players for the All-Star game.
That goes back to that whole argument about the exhibition versus putting so much weight on it. If we're going to have the fans continue to vote on it, which I have no problems with. That's the whole point of the All-Star game. It's an exhibition. And let them vote for the entire team. Starters included, as we were just talking about that at dinner tonight. Why don't...
Yeah, that ball looked like it got J.B. Shuck on the foot. Yeah, I don't understand why pitchers aren't in on that vote.
Yeah.
That'd be real interesting to see from the fans' point of view.
Jared Weaver back in the dugout after being with his wife Kristen last night, or yesterday afternoon, the birth of their son, Aiden. One and two. Shuck's 0 for 1 with a fly ball to left in the first inning. One, two on the way. It's downstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
attempts a lot more off-speed, whether slider or split-finger fastballs, than early in his career when he used to rush the fastball up there 94 to 96 range. Two-seamers and sliders and split-finger fastballs, a lot from him.
Iannetta takes off. Chuck bounces one back to the mound. The inning comes to an end, but not before the Angels tie it up. Home run by Kendrick, an RBI single by Chris Iannetta. We've played 2 here at the Big A. We are tied at 2. Both teams with 4 hits. Howie Kendrick picking up his 11th home run.
Now let's take a look at our Carl's Jr. Sports update. Some headlines. Midsummer Classic rosters take shape. We were just talking a little bit about that in the American League. And Davis and Machado continue to surge. Touched on the fact that Machado got his 39th double of the season today. And Davis his 33rd home run of the season also today. 59 extra base hits this year for Chris Davis.
Happy for him. Good guy. Certainly has made the most of the opportunities that Buck Showalter has presented him in Baltimore. A ball with strike on Victorino. 2, 3, and 4 for Boston here in the third. Victorino, Pedroia, and Ortiz. Victorino a strikeout victim in the first. The only punch out that Jerome has picked up tonight. Slash foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I was reading somewhere today, we were talking about Machado and his 39 doubles. And I forget the year that it was, but we were talking about Edgar Martinez, how he got off to a quick start like that. Just outside of full count. As far as the doubles, 95 and 96, he had 52 doubles for the season, Edgar did. But got off to a quick start, and then all of a sudden tailed off. I mean, that's an incredible pace to maintain. This one bounced over to first. Pujols has it played off his body. Jerome is there. Got 1 out. Take a look at the starters in the National League. Of course, the All-Star game is coming up a week from Tuesday. Harper, Cargo, Beltran in the outfield. David Wright, captain, which seems appropriate. The game's being played at Citi Field. Troy Tulowitzki's been on the DL for a time. Brandon Phillips and Joey Bottom, the Reds, and Yachty, of course, behind the plate.
That's a pretty good club, too. Tulowitzki was in that Triple Crown conversation before he got hurt in the National League.
Pedroia takes a strike.
Hey, well, as a pitcher, when you face those all-stars in the league, there's no breathing room at all, 1 through 9. It's one of those guys who's capable of hitting the ball out of the ballpark, hitting the ball hard against you.
1 ball, 1 strike. And in case you were wondering, since we were talking about doubles and Machado, 67 doubles in 1 season is the record in Major League Baseball. Earl Webb, at the age of 33, did that back in 1931. He fouls it off 1 and 2.
I mean, obviously with 39 doubles, he's got a shot at it. With his speed he has, he can create some doubles with his wheels. He's got great plate coverage. He's a dynamic player. A lot of really, really good young players in Major League Baseball now.
Of our generation, the guy who's come the closest, Pedroia lifts one out to right. Playable for Hamilton. 2 outs. Todd Helton with 59 doubles for the Rockies. Back in 2000, here the reserves. Posey Goldschmidt, of course, having a great year. Alan Craig, we just saw. Matt Carpenter, very good season at second base for the Cardinals. Marco Scudero, Evan Cabrera, Padres representative. Gene Segura, the former Angel prospect. Pedro Alvarez, third baseman. Surprised at that a little bit, perhaps, when he's gotten hot of late. Dominic Brown's had a nice season for Philadelphia. Kadyr's been godsend for the Rockies. He's been fantastic for them offensively.
Carlos Gomez has done a nice job for the Brewers. And McCutchen, fantastic for the Pirates. There's some interesting last player votes go on too in baseball, especially in the National League. Where you have Adrian Gonzalez and Puig involved in the voting for that last player to be added.
All middle relievers in the American League, right? Ibar.
Yeah, that's the thing that's odd for me.
All middle relievers for the final vote. Boy, I can't wait to vote. 25 times. That's what you get to vote for. We'll head to the bottom third, still tied at 2. Midsummer Classic returns to New York with home field advantage for the World Series on the line. It's the 2013 Major League Baseball All-Star Game live from New York's Citi Field, July 16th, only on Fox.
That man will be in the starting lineup for the American League. I wonder if we'll be leading off.
It's a good question. Jones plays center. Trout in left. You start that argument?
Yeah, start that argument for sure.
Trout, Pujols, and Hamilton against Dempster here in the third. 2 balls and no strikes.
Just for fun. Jim Leland puts him in the number 3 spot in the lineup just for that discussion that's been going on around the stadium here. When Mike Trout will move to that number 3 spot at some point.
Breaking pitch, hammered to deep left. Forget about this one. Go! Oh, and a big fly for Mike Trout. And the Angels are on top 3-2.
How emphatic can you be about being elected as a starter for the All-Star team so far in this game for Mike Trout? Double and this mammoth home run to left field. 2 extra base hits already in the game for Mike Trout. This baseball went a long way.
That ball was covered on a breaking pitch.
That's all his power.
84-mile-per-hour slider. 14th of the year. Picks up his 56th RBI. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I got to believe if you're a fan, you're thinking, I don't really have much of a chance to get a baseball out there.
Not unless the bullpen guys flip one back there to you.
Go get him a hot dog, and then you can send that baseball out there.
That still works, right?
Yeah, no question.
Albert lifts one in the air down the right field line. Victorino is there. 1 out. Albert is 0 for 2 tonight. Go back to that home run to Trout here. Nice of Daniel Nava to give you the courtesy jog to the fence.
Yeah, that was a good effort. I've always applauded an outfielder for giving me that 1 or 2 steps, knowing that ball is way out.
He kept running.
Yeah. Just in case he did off that pistachio sign and bounce back in play.
Yes. Hamilton looks at his strike. Either that or he saw the hot dogs in the bullpen and figured, grab a bite.
That's over both bullpens. On a breaking pitch.
0-2 count on Hamilton, who lined one out to straightaway center field, but tracked down by Ellsbury near the warning track in the first inning, I should say. Josh 0 for 1. Bouncer slowly hit to the right side. The overshift gone. That's the shortstop. That's the third baseman, Brock Holt. Bases, a shortstop stayed at home. 2 outs. So 5-3 put out from the right side. Brings up Howie Kendrick. Homer leading off the second to get the Angels on the board. 3-2 Halos here in the third. Shoots this one out to right. Victorino is there. Dempster settles down after the home run, retires the next 3, but the Angels take the lead. Mike Trout with his 14th of the year. We played 3, and the Angels on top 3-2. See it, Mike Trout. 14th home run of the season. Jerome Williams back to work. He'll be facing Napoli. Nava and Saltalamacchia here in the 4th inning. Napoli with a fly ball to center field. The 1st inning is 0 for 1. Jerome coming off a 1-2-3 3rd inning. Off speed pitch there. And an 0-2 count. 1 strikeout, no walks, 4 hits allowed for Jerome. Napoli's home run, 10th of the year. Lays off. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two and two. Red Sox this year, .291 team batting average against right-handed pitching, compared to .255 against lefties. And that said, last night they picked up 13 hits, 10 against C.J. Wilson. Full count. So we got from 0-2 to 3-2 on Napoli.
Well, the importance for Jerome to put a quick 0 up after Mike Trout gives him the lead. Both C.J. threw the ball very well. There was a couple key points during the game where he came through with some clutch pitches, especially in the 6th inning. Jammed Ellsbury, a little flare right back to him. Put his team in position to win last night.
Yep. J.B. Shuck had an error in the 2nd. It cost an unearned run. And of course, Hamilton's error in the 7th. Had he caught that ball, would have kept it a 2-2 tie at that point. 3-2 on the way. Fouled off to the right. .49 pitches for Jerome. I know you mentioned at the start of the day that this sinker ballers, fatigue is a good thing. It's your friend. Pitch count for him tonight should be somewhere around
probably 95 to 105.
He almost hits Napoli. Now what you want to do is put the leadoff man on board after taking the lead. It's a walk in his first issued by him.
Take a look at our AT&T Twitter poll question of the series. Which of these left-handed batting champs had the best swing? Rod Carew, Wade Boggs, or Tony Gwynn? Hashtags are just underneath each of the names. Send us a tweet at Fox Sports West. We'll give you a running total a little bit later on. As of last night, Rod Carew was in the lead.
All 3 of them can wear out left field. So you think as a pitcher you throw them away, but they can just crush the ball the other way against you.
Nava looks at a strike. Had a base hit through the left side of the infield, leading off the 2nd. He's 1 for 1. Also came around to score. Of the 3 guys that we just saw there, Carew, Boggs, or Gwynn, foul ball master had to have been Boggs.
Yeah, there's no question. You could be 0-2. Next thing you know, it'll foul off your best pitch for a while. Next thing you look up, it's 3-2, and either you're going to give up a hit or a walk against them. Gwynn was one of the first guys that really worked videotape. He wanted to know exactly what you were trying to get him out with. And Rod, he just flat out hit everything he threw. And Rod was a great bunter, too.
This one flipped to left. Napoli will round 2nd and try to go to 3rd. Shuck's throw is not in time. Shuck kind of took a little bit of a casual approach to that baseball, and it cost the Angels 90 feet. Nava also took 2nd base.
And Nava, another 2-hit game against the Angels here.
Almost surprised J.B. Shuck. I mean, you got to get that baseball in as quickly as possible.
If he does, he kind of looked like he was wanting to make sure that he fielded that ball on the ground. And Napoli wasn't going to miss that opportunity to take an extra base. Credit Napoli for being aggressive.
Infield back. Here's Jared Saltalamacchia. Lead off walk, too. He'll come back to haunt you every time. But Jerome could work his way out of it. Saltalamacchia doubled down the right field line his first time up. Lays off. Double for Saltalamacchia, his 21st of the year.
Some good numbers here at Angel Stadium from Saltalamacchia. 359.
Two and 0. Two balls and a strike. Saltalamacchia originally the Atlanta Braves system. It's part of that huge deal between the Braves and Texas.
It was a good deal for Texas, no question about it.
You think? That was an awesome deal for Texas. Mark Teixeira going to Atlanta. Matt Harrison, Elvis Andrews, Jared Saltalamacchia. Not bad.
No.
To start. This one down the left field line. That is going to bring home two. So Jerome clocks up the lead. Foster back on top.
And of course, Mike Butcher would make a call down to the bullpen. His fastball just had that movement away, but not quick late movement away. Saltalamacchia went with the pitch. Got a second double of the game and 2 RBI. 22 doubles on the season.
Butcher out to pay a visit. Still nobody out here. Garrett Richards going to start loosening now. This inning started too. Jerome getting ahead of Napoli at no balls and 2 strikes before issuing the walk. .57 pitches thrown by Jerome. 34 strikes. Nobody out here in the 4th. Man in scoring position for Brock Holt, third baseman. Holt had a sacrifice fly to left field in the 2nd inning.
And you wonder if he'll be up here to square around the bunt.
4-3 Boston here in the 4th. Harrison on the grass at 3rd. It's a 1-0 count. This one pulled and backhanded by Pujols. He throws over to 3rd for whatever reason. And Saltalamacchia is easily into 3rd base. You're struggling to get out. You got to take the out at first.
Yeah, that was well hit. Just step right on the base. Then you can allow Mike Scioscia to bring the infield in to cut off a run at the plate. This ball was hit on the nose. Albert made a nice play on the baseball.
And even with that said, a short hop throw to Harris, it looked like something you could handle. Still got to take the out.
Yeah, especially when you're getting good swings against a pitcher like Ryan Dempster tonight. You just take those outs. Try to limit the damage as much as possible.
Lacius looks at a strike. Angels defense really been rearing its ugly head here last couple of games for sure. They struggled all season long, but during the winning streak played well. They've limited those mistakes.
Yeah, a lot of great plays defensively during that streak.
Mason hits with the short past eyeball, and it's 5-3. This inning quickly getting out of hand for Jerome. See if that's going to be it for him. Mike Socha is going to come out, and that's going to be it. So 3 runs in. Jerome unable to get anybody out here in the 4th inning. We've got ourselves a pitching change. First of the night, 5-3, Boston on top. Check availability at 1-800-PICK-ATT. Rethink possible. By CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. CarMax, start here. And by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Back out here at the Big A, 5-3. Boston on top. They scored 3 times with nobody out here in the 4th inning. Jerome Williams is done. It's our in and out, who's in, who is out. Jerome is out after 61 pitches, and Garrett Richards takes over on the mound. He'll be facing the top of the order now. Ellsbury, Victorino, Pedroia, and a couple of men on. Brock Holt will be at second. Iglesias at first. Numbers for Garrett. Comes into this one with a 2-4 mark, a 5.12 ERA. 30th game for him. Has 1 save. 58 innings, 64 hits, 37 punch-outs, and 16 walks. Garrett pitched Wednesday, went 2 innings in that one. Put up 3 hits and a walk and an unearned run. Ellsbury tonight 1 for 2, a single with a run scored in the 1st and a bouncer back to the mound in the 2nd. Speed on the bases for Boston. Ellsbury tardy on the fastball, and it's an 0-1 count.
And good speed at the plate here with Ellsbury, who bunts very well. Don't think it'll be a sacrifice bunt.
Pujols playing deep at first base. Harris playing in at first. Or pardon me, at third.
Yeah, he could drag that ball down the first base line. That'd be a difficult play at first.
Here's the 0-1. Counted it. 1 ball, 1 strike.
For me, that's the pitch that Garrett's going to have to at some point start throwing for a strike, his breaking ball. The hitters are starting to lay off that, not chasing it, and just gearing on his fastball. Even though it's a very, very good fastball, he has to establish throwing a breaking pitch for a strike. And then you can get him to start chasing out of the strike zone.
Two 2-1 count.
Dangerous count here, too, to have some type of action if you're the Red Sox.
A 3-1 count here in Ellsbury. Nobody out. Victorino on deck. This one pulled to the right side. Diving stop by Albert. Here's Richards. They get the out at first. This play by Pujols going deep to his right. If that ball gets by him, trouble.
No, big time. That's showing some good range for Pujols. And a good feed to Garrett Richards covering the base with Ellsbury with all his speed going down that first base line. He looked if there was a forced play at second, but no opportunity there. A nice play, good range, and a perfect feed to Richards covering the base.
Corner infielders in. Victorino at the plate. Holt standing at 30 Glaciers at second. Victorino's 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground ball to first. Outfield shallow. First one's a strike. Shady Shuck extremely shallow in left. Seven hits for Boston. One out here in the fourth.
Now you're looking for a strikeout if you're Richards and Chris Iannetta. You could probably go upstairs with a fastball if you're comfortable with that, or you try another break a ball in the dirt.
No 2 pitch. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. Down goes Victorino as Iannetta applies the tag. 2 outs.
Boy, big strikeout here for Richards. Snapped that breaking ball off very well. Tight spin to that breaking pitch. And no let up. Right now you got Pedroia up here. You're not through the inning. You still have to make some quality pitches to limit the damage.
Pedroia twice has hit a fly ball out. Once to Trout, once to Hamilton. 0 for 2. Couple of men in scoring position. First one is down and away. Pedroia, the 8th man to bat for Boston here in the fourth. Napoli got it started with a walk. Navin, Saltalamacchia with hits. Saltalamacchia picking up 2 runs batted in on the double. Holt the fielder's choice, and Iglesias with an RBI single. One-0 pitch. 1-1. Well, if you can live right there against Pedroia, you'll take it, especially in this ballpark.
Yeah, forced him to hit the fly ball to right field. Now up and in, that's where he's dangerous, especially when he was Fenway able to hit off the Green Monster, but he's quick up and in.
One and two. Five of the runs for, I should say 4 of the runs scored by Boston. Earned runs against Jerome Williams. One of the first inning unearned because of the error by Iannetta. Here's the 1-2. Down and in.
Two-seam 97-mile-an-hour fastball from Richards.
Long top of the fourth. The Angels in the bottom of the inning will have Trumbo, Ibar, and Inetta face Ryan Dempster. Now the 2-2. And the pitch gets fouled back.
Looks like it got Tim Timmons behind the plate. Square off the mask.
A lot of umpires hit this year.
But that was square off the mask.
Still at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. 2 on. Angels down by 2. David Ortiz on deck. Full count.
If you're Pedroia, you got to like having David Ortiz behind you. More than likely here, 3-2 pitch. You're going to get a fastball. You know that's coming. You know there is an open base. You certainly want to face David Ortiz with the bases loaded. So it allows you as a hitter to center in on one pitch in your zone. Now it's up to Richards to make sure he has a quality spot with his fastball.
Payoff. Bounced a breaking pitch out in front of the plate, looking close. So Ortiz will bat with the bases loaded. Second walk of the inning for Angels pitchers. Ortiz comes up 1 for 2. Single in the first inning and a ground down in the third.
I'm surprised he went with the breaking ball there, especially when you haven't established the ability to throw for a strike. Yeah, you got Victorino to swing over top of it, but Pedroia, more patient, has seen Richards before.
Saw the numbers in his career, 373 batting average with 11 grand slams for Big Papi. Boston with 4 slams this year. No place to put him. Here's the first one. Down and away, overthrown fastball. "17 home runs for Ortiz this season, 61 runs batted in. Got Holt at third, Iglesias at second, and Pedroia at first. 5-3 Sox here in the fourth.
Boy, a big batter here for Richards and the Angels. This is a key point of the game. See him late on that fastball. It's a good fastball when Garrett stays within his mechanics and doesn't overthrow, and trust movement with velocity.
Howie out in shallow right field. 1-1 pitch. Late on that one, 1-2. That ball got back into the seats in a hurry.
Well, when you have a batter up there as good as a hitter as Ortiz is, he's late on fastballs like that, you have to stick with the fastball.
One ball, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Ortiz tired of waiting.
It's not a bad thing to do, too. Just shake off, pretend you're going to throw something different. You got to go with a fastball away.
One-two. Swing and a miss. Down goes Ortiz. The inning comes to an end, but Boston retakes the lead. They're on top 5-3.
was for Garrett Richards after a couple of nasty fastballs that Ortiz was late on. Snaps a nasty slider to get a swing and miss to limit the damage. A very difficult hit in Ortiz, but a swing and miss for Garrett Richards. Huge pitch for Richards and the Angels against the Red Sox there in the top of the fourth.
Trumbo, Ibar, and Iannetta here in the fourth inning. It's Ryan Dempster, 5-3 Red Sox. No question, a big pitch, too, to David Ortiz. First one, Trumbo. Strike on the corner. Mark hit a fly ball to right field in the second, so he is 0 for 1. One ball, one strike. $19 home runs, 53 runs batted in for Mark. He just hit 2 tonight against Dempster. Kendrick leading off the second. His 11th of the year. Trout leading off the third. His 14th.
Trumbo has 1 career home run off of Dempster.
Two count now. 51st pitch of the night for Dempster. 35 strikes, has 1 punch out, no walks, and 5 hits allowed. Called strike 3 on the outside corner, 1 out.
Whole sequence against Trumbo, then paints the outside corner at the knees. Every pitch was away. Ran that 2-seamer back and caught the corner.
4 in a row retired since giving up the home run to Trout leading off the third. Here's Ibar. Bunted his way on in the second inning. Went to second on the error by Dempster and then scored. A single by Iannetta as Eric looks at a strike. 350 average over the last 21 games. He's got Napoli playing deep at first base again.
19 RBI for him, too, during those 21 games.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Doesn't seem like Dempster does that thing with his glove he was doing for a while. I remember he was moving the glove a lot just to make sure he wasn't giving up when he was throwing a split finger fastball. So 55 pitches so far, 38 in the strike zone. He was moving his glove a lot before just to make sure he wasn't tipping pitches.
I remember correctly, a habit that he picked up when a member of the Chicago Cubs. He's been a lifelong National Leaguer until last year when traded over to Texas. Pitched 12 games, got 12 starts for the Rangers, went 7-3 with a 5.09 ERA, and then signed with Boston. One-two pitch. This was looped out toward left field. Nava coming in. He'll make the catch for out number 2. Fans, groups of 20 or more can enjoy Angels baseball for as low as $8 per seat. This year, take advantage of the exclusive group hat collection for select series. To book your group outing today, just call 888-796-HALO or log on at angels.com/groups. So 2 quick outs for Dempster here in the fourth. Brings up Chris Iannetta. Singled up the middle. Picked up an RBI in the second inning. Dempster originally in the Florida Marlins organization. That's the big leagues for the first time back in '98. Should say Texas was his originating team. Got to the big leagues with the Marlins. He got traded to the Fish. Down the right field line. Victorino giving chase and can't get there. That's a fair ball. Inett is on his way to second. That's a 2-out double.
Continues to swing the bat well against the Red Sox. Doing that at bat, .333 career hitter against the Red Sox. Grew up in the New England area. Second hit of the game, signaling a double for him. Right down the right field line. 9th double of the season.
Brings up Brendan Harris, batting 9th and playing third base tonight. And Harris shoots one out to the left center field. Jacoby Ellsbury giving chase, and he will track it down as he steps onto the warning track, and that is the 3rd out of the inning. We played 4 here at the Big A. The Angels are down 5-3.
Possible, and by El Pollo Loco. Crazy you can taste.
Top of the 5th here at Angel Stadium, 5-3 Boston on top. Garrett Richards back to work. As Boston batted around in the 4th inning. Mike Napoli, who started that inning off with a walk, will start this one as well. Napoli, Nava, and Saltalamacchia. Garrett doing a nice job of limiting the Red Sox damage. Just the 3 runs that were charged to Jerome. Tonight, Jerome giving up 5 runs, 4 earned in 3 innings plus 5 batters, and gave up 7 hits. Napoli 0 for 1, hit a fly ball to center in the 1st, walked and scored in the 4th. No 1 count. Boston with 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. They've left 5 on base. The Angels 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. Halos have left 3 guys on.
It looked like Napoli was gearing for a fastball in the inner half, and instead Richards threw him a breaking ball. Guessing in, hold off.
Garrett would be a guy that'd be so tough to guess on because of the movement on his pitches.
And he doesn't necessarily know exactly which side of the plate that fastball is going to move at. I mean, he'll throw the ball in the middle, it'll cut, and it'll sink. Because everyone assumes it's a cut fastball, but it's more of a 4-seam fastball that has cutting action. But if he's on top of that same 4-seam fastball, it'll sink down and into a right-handed batter.
Nuke LaLoosh like. Not sure where it's going. 1-2. Swing and a miss.
Like that.
That's a perfect example. That's kind of what it means. You look at that first strike that he swung and missed on. It's like he's thinking fastball in, and all of a sudden that pitch is nowhere near his zone.
And this almost reacts like a split finger fastball. That's at 95.
Saw where Iannetta was set up, inside part.
and the rotation of those seams of that fastball. Again, if you're Garrett Richards, you got to utilize that as part of your game. Hitters don't like facing a pitcher that has great movement on the fastball, especially if it can run inside and make you uncomfortable.
Nava fouls off the first one. Multi-hit game for Nava. A couple of flare singles out the left field. 2 runs scored for him. Raised his batting average to 292 with those 2 knocks. Ground ball back toward the middle, make it a 3-hit game. In on his hands. Nava's on board with a 1-out single here in the 5th.
Be surprised if John Farrell puts a hit and run on right away with Saltalamacchia up and Nava at first. We've seen that in the first couple of games. Combined, these 2 hitters 5 for 5.
Saltalamacchia with a couple of doubles. 2 runs batted in. He's also scored a run. One-0 count.
You can almost expect some type of action here now for the Red Sox.
Way outside. It's a 2-0 count. Saltalamacchia with those 2 doubles, now with 22 on the year. 35 runs batted in. Two and one.
Pretty good hack. Even though it was 95 miles an hour, Saltalamacchia was on that fastball.
Harris way off the line at third base. Saltalamacchia had a double down the right field line his first time up, down the left field line this last time. Time was called, no pitch. Chris Inetta called time, at least according to Tim Timmons.
There's their communication, but it was late. Fortunate enough for Richards that it was called timeout.
2-1. 3 balls to the strike. Unfortunately, that's a verbal timeout there that Saltalamacchia heard and Timmons agreed to. Nava takes off here. He doesn't. 3-1. And he walked it. Second walk issued by Richards. Now puts 2 on with 1 out. Brock Holt coming up. Saltalamacchia's been on board 3 times tonight. Holt, the third baseman, had a sac fly in the second, picking up his first RBI of the season. Fielder's choice in the fourth. One ball, no strikes. Upstairs to the fastball.
Still just trying to find that consistent release point. Throw more strikes for Garrett Richards.
Garrett got knocked around by the Red Sox at Fenway back on June the 8th. In relief. Now late in the count. Inning in 2/3 and now with 3 runs, 6 hits for him. 1 strikeout, 39 pitches. Now at second, Saltalamacchia at first. Good location there, 1-2.
It was almost like a cut fastball that started off the outside corner and then came back and caught the corner.
Chuck playing very shallow in left field. Here's the 1-2. Got it in. .34 pitches by Garrett, 19 strikes, 15 balls. There's 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 hit allowed. Iglesias is the man on deck. Now the 2-2. Upstairs, full count. Pitcher having to get on the phone. Jerome Williams unable to get the batter out of the 4th inning, lasting 3 innings. Now Garrett's a bullpen game tonight. Angels down 5-3 as Michael Kahn start warming up. Do so quickly. Here's the 3-2. Reaching for that one, tapped it foul. Another payoff pitch. Holt bounces this one over to first. Pulls his only plays to first base. 2 outs. Nava advances to third. Saltalamacchia to second. And Iglesias will bat now with 2 outs, 2 on.
That 95-mile-an-hour fastball had some movement. Got a little chopper to Pujols to get that second out.
Iglesias had an RBI single in the 4th inning. A 1-for-2 night for the shortstop. The Angels at the top of the order coming up at the bottom of the inning. First one's in for a strike. Iglesias, a native of Cuba. Glove guy, swinging the bat well this year.
Only tough out, especially with runners in scoring position. 333 with 2 outs.
Good breaking ball there. Now that's the one that you keep talking about. If you can establish that.
Now you can afford to throw your nasty one in the dirt. You could get a chance to get a swing and miss at this point because you've established that you could throw it for a strike. Didn't overthrow that slider. That was perfect.
Now from a hitter's perspective, they're thinking fastball as they see a pitch there from him. Give him something else to think about. Now the 0-2. Ground ball back up the middle. Snagged by Garrett. He found it. The inning comes to an end. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left on. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. The Angels still down by 2. to work out of some potential damage there. Nice job fielding his position.
Yeah, he picked that.
Yeah, he did. Top of the order for the Angels here against Ryan Dempster in the fifth. Shuck, Trout, and Pujols. Dempster with a couple of strikeouts, no walks, and 6 hits allowed, 2 of which have been home runs, Kendrick and Trout. JB's 0 for 2, a fly ball to left, and a bouncer back to the mound. Push it, but 1 ball, 1 strike.
Not a bad idea for JB to get on base. I think a better opportunity to drag it down the first base line, though. Napoli was playing back.
Kind of interesting watching Pedroia playing second base when there's a guy at the plate that is capable of bunting, especially from the left side. Shoots in a couple of steps and he comes in a couple more steps. This one's lined past Pedroia and up the alley in right center field. Shuck rounding first, heading to second. Here comes a throw from Ellsbury. It's not in time. Lead-off double for J.B. Shuck. That's his 11th of the year.
Yeah, you can always afford to challenge the arm for Jacoby Ellsbury in center field. He's got a lot of coverage out there, but not necessarily a strong throwing arm. And right when that got by Pedroia, J.B. Shuck's thinking double right out of the batter's box. His 11th double of the season. Head first slide, now in scoring position for Mike Trout.
Trout 2 for 2 tonight. 27th double in the first inning. 14th home run in the third. Takes downstairs. Figure that he's not going to get a whole lot to hit here, at least in theory anyways, with the struggles that Albert has continued to have.
I'd be real surprised if he throws a fastball anywhere near the strike zone. So far he's given up a double and a home run to Mike Trout in this game.
Mike chasing the on-speed.
Here's tonight's Coors Light Cold Hard Fact. Speaking of Mike Trout, 2nd straight year he's been an all-star. The only Angels outfielders with longer streaks. Vlad had 4 and Freddie Lynn. 3-time all-star 3 in a row for the Angels. The Cold Hard Fact is brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light. That was a split finger fastball that Dempster threw to Trout. This is, we suspected, not going to give him a fastball to try to drive.
Big lead for Shuck at second base. Here's the 1-1. This is in the air to right. Shuck looks like he was going to tag from second. The throw from Victorino. It's a pretty good one, and Shuck is out. Two outs and the base is clear now for Pujols.
Boy, Victorino did a nice job as far as getting around the baseball to be in good throwing position and threw a perfect throw in to get Shuck at third base. His 6th outfield assist.
So 2 outs, nobody on for Pujols. Albert is grounded out and hit a fly ball to right. Halos tonight. 5 extra base hits. The 7 hits. Scored twice.
Split finger fastball underneath the hands of Pujols. Well played by Victorino in right field. Got himself in perfect throwing position. Got around the baseball. Able to have momentum going forward to that throw to third.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Hamilton on deck. 7 hits tonight against Dempster. 2-2 down. Credit the veteran for working his way around some issues. Matter of fact, he gave up the home run to Trout to lead off the third and retired the next 3 in a row. 2-out double to Ian and then got Harris to fly out to deep left center. Now this leadoff double, he raced on the base paths. So count.
You mentioned that Dempster no longer moving his glove around. Not necessarily worried about tipping his pitch. That started about a couple of starts ago for Dempster. A few years ago when Irvin Santana was on the Angels, he was doing the same thing because they felt that they were tipping at times, Irvin was, when he was throwing his slider. So you move the glove on all the pitches. That way you're not giving up what pitch you're going to throw.
3-2's fouled back just below us. Reset and do it again. I figure it'd be kind of tough to kind of get away from, having done it for so many.
You're so used to doing that.
So many starts, so many bullpen sessions. Another 3-2. He walked him. His first walk issued by Dempster tonight. But the 2-out here in the fifth will give Hamilton an opportunity here.
So often when you do walk somebody with 2 outs and no one on, you end up making a mistake because in your mindset as a pitcher, that's the worst thing you can do when you have a chance to get through an inning, is to walk somebody with 2 outs, especially when you have to face somebody like Josh Hamilton with his power following him up.
Josh 0 for 2, deep fly ball to center in the first, and a ground ball picked by the third baseman with the overshift.
Almost looked like Josh was looking fastball first pitch. So he got a split finger fastball from Dempster.
Ellsbury playing a little bit deeper than normal. One ball, one strike. The unique overshift for Boston with Pedroia out in shallow right, but almost directly behind with normal first base position. That's Brock Holt, the third baseman, at the traditional second base position. Glace is staying home at short. One pitch. A little dribble back toward the mound. Dempster's got it. The inning comes to an end. Leadoff double, nothing more for the Angels. 5 in the books, and it's 5-3 Boston.
To 3. Now here's tonight's Coors Light Freeze Can. Howie Kendrick, inside out approach, inner side part of the plate. Different approach, this one a fastball. Howie inside out to center field. And then against Trout, a breaking ball, same exact part of the plate, but this time a breaking ball and a different approach, turns on it and drives it out to left field. Same location, different pitches, different approaches, same result, home run for both Kendrick and Trout. That freeze cam is brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light.
A couple of home runs, but the Angels still down by 2. Mike Scioscia's gone to the bullpen, and it's Michael Kahn on in relief of Garrett Richards, who went 2 innings tonight. No runs, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks from Garrett. Top of the order for the Red Sox here in the 6th inning. Ellsbury, Victorino, and Pedroia. Michael pitching in his 30th game, a 1-0 record, a 2.13 ERA. Got in last night with 1 inning, had 1 strikeout, 1 run. And then the big home run that Mike Napoli hit off of him to straightaway center field. Oh, 2 count. Ellsbury tonight 1 for 3, had a single and a run scored in the first inning. Also picked up his 35th stolen base of the year. One and 2 now.
That they missed by a lot, 95. First pitch a 4-seam fastball, and then a 2-seam fastball. Took a little off it, and then a 4-seamer at 95.
Ground ball over to third. Brendan Harris moved it quickly, and he just did get him. 1 out.
Certainly an important guy to keep off the bases and change the whole dynamic of the inning if Ellsbury's safe at first. Didn't quite have the handle initially on the baseball, but still able to get Ellsbury barely out at first. If he's safe, then all of a sudden you have to worry about the potential stolen base. Nice job by Pujols to stretch out and keep the foot on the base to get Ellsbury for the first out.
Victorino will look at the strike. Red Sox right fielder is 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Victorino not fond of that breaking pitch down and in.
Got to try it again.
Can't seem to hold up on it.
He commits to trying to make contact with that pitch. You can bounce it.
Ball and 2 strikes. Boston with a run in the first, solo run in the second, 3 in the fourth. The Angels with 2 in the second and 1 in the third. This one pulled down the line, and that's going to go for extra bases. Victorino still has good speed. Hamilton up and firing. Shane's going to try to go to third, but Hamilton sails the cutoff man, Howie Kendrick, and it's a triple for Victorino, second of the year.
Was able to turn on the pitch and drive it right down the right field line. And Victorino's thinking triple right away. Looked at the location of the baseball down around the corner, and that's all on his own. Slides in there with a triple, forcing now the infield in with Pedroia at the plate.
Pedroia is 0 for 2 with a couple of fly ball outs. Also drew a walk in the fourth. It was against Richards. One ball, no strikes. Boston came into this one season high 20 games over 500 with a 54-34 record. And Pedroia singles into center. 6-3 Red Sox. Pedroia picks up his 50th RBI.
Red Sox just do the little things to, one, prevent runs from scoring. Victorino with that great throw to third base to get JB shocked. And then the aggressive base running. Victorino gets a triple. Then you force the infield in. You have to face a guy like Pedroia who's going to make contact. He's looking for something up in the strike zone to hit in the air and get the job done, and he did so.
Like Victorino is limping back into the dugout.
He's dealt with that hamstring issue.
It looks like he's grabbing the back of his left leg. He comes across. It's a 3-run deficit for the Angels. Here's David Ortiz. 1 out, 1 on. 0-1. Ortiz 1 for 3. Had a single back in the first. Grounded to short in the third inning. Struck out. The bases loaded in the fourth. That was against Garrett. No balls, 2 strikes. Base hit by Pedroia, the 10th for Boston in this one. Picking up 13 last night.
Well, going back to that at bat against Victorino, you have him 0-2. You see him swinging a breaking ball in the dirt to go 0-2. You try a fastball up and in, which I've never been a big fan because Victorino just took the pitch and then starts looking away because that's what most times you do as a hitter. After an up and in fastball, you look away. 0-2, sinker away or bounce another breaking ball to get Victorino out. He showed that he will expand his strike zone against you.
In the air. Shallow right center field. High bar Trout. It's Mike Trout with the call on the catch. 2 outs. Yeah, I was surprised to see pitch selection in that at bat, especially like you said after that breaking pitch, and not only that, the 2 other at bats in which he has struck out, and 2 sliders down and in. Jerome got him in the first inning with that, and Richards got him in the 4th inning.
And there's no reason to set up that next pitch with an up and in fastball because you have an opportunity to get through on 3 pitches.
The 2 outs. Pedroia is still at first, 6-3. Boston on top. Here's Napoli. Mike getting the start at first base, 0 for 2 tonight. Fly ball to center, a walk and a strikeout. He had a very big home run against Michael Kahn last night. His 10th of the year. That was in the 9th inning. Kahn, the second reliever used by Mike Socha. Jerome Williams lasted just 3 innings tonight. These 5 batters in the 4th inning. Richards went 2, and now Kahn here in the 6th. Two and 1. Good breaking ball there. Mentioned earlier that Texas lost to Houston 9-5 and Oakland lost to Kansas City 4-3. Here it's Boston 6, Angels 3. Cincinnati also lost 13-4. Cincinnati. Seattle, I said, lost to Cincinnati.
You have plenty of time to come back in this game. The reality is you got to make sure Boston doesn't score any more runs.
3-1 count now. Daniel Nava's on deck. He's had a 3-hit game tonight. A couple of runs scored. So Scott Downs begins to loosen for the Angels. Michael Roth getting ready now. Downs was up last half inning. Pedroia is going to be taking off with the pitch here with the full count of 2 outs. Pujols will play behind him. Pedroia goes. 3-2 is inside on the breaking ball. And he walked him. 4th walk issued by Angel pitcher. It's 2 on with 2 outs. Nava coming up. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. Mike Butcher will pay a visit.
He's a very hot hitter. Daniel Nava with already 3 hits in the game, 5 in the series.
This 3-game set wraps up tomorrow night. 5:05 start. Sunday Night Baseball. Jared Weaver going up against John Lackey. The Angels head on the road last week before the All-Star break. Down 6-3 here in the 6th. Nava with 3 singles, 2 to left and 1 up the middle. 2 runs scored. Pedroia in second, now Napoli at first. Nava pops it up. Shallow center field. Trout broke back. Ibar's going out. Ibar's there. Makes the grab. And the inning comes to an end. Boston does tack on a run as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. 6-3 Red Sox.
I could have used that glove a few times.
You could have?
Oh, no question.
You sure?
Yes, please. Let's take a look at our Carl's Jr. Sports Update around Major League Baseball. The Midsummer Classic rosters take shape. Like Trout, a starter for the American League, and Davis and Machado continue to surge. Davis with a home run, his 33rd, now 85 RBI on the season for Chris Davis. Machado with his 39 double, also hitting .315 with 42 RBI.
Howie lays off, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Kendrick, Trumbo, and Ibar for the Angels here against Ryan Dempster. 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, 7 hits allowed. Howie 1 for 2, homered in the second. Ball and 2 strikes now. And he got him with another off-speed pitch. 1 out. Strikeout number 3 for Dempster.
He's got a little run support to work with. Trying to expand the strike zone. Split finger fastball to finish off Howie.
5 1/3 so far. 3 punch outs, 2 swinging, 1 looking. Trumbo went down looking, leading off the 4th. 0 for 2 tonight.
That fastball was almost for show, just to throw that off the outside corner. Probably comes back with another slider here.
Two balls and a strike. Most batters at Dempster is facing an inning. 6 now is in the second inning. Aside from that, he is really limited whatever damage there's been. This one's fouled back.
That split finger fastball stayed up in the strike zone, became very hittable. Trumbo almost got that one.
2 balls, 2 strikes now.
Pretty good indication how well he feels with his breaking ball and split finger fastball. And he throws 49% of his pitches are fastballs.
This is in the air to right. Victorino moving over. 2 outs. A swing for the fences with a new Home Run Derby mobile game from MLB.com. It's available on iPhone and iPad. You can download it for free today. Get that download done?
Just about. I need help.
Yes. It is just a download.
Yes.
Just hit 1 button.
I'm like Regis Philbin. No idea anything to do with the computer, cell phone.
1-0 count on Ibar. Eric had a bunt base hit in the second and a fly ball to left. Ball at a strike. Dempster has just continued to come out for strikes regardless of the score.
The 89 pitches 60 in the strike zone for him.
Foul tip, 1-2. Michael Roth continuing to warm up. It's been a struggle for Roth in big leagues. He'll be facing the bottom 3rd of the order in the 7th if he is indeed coming into the ball game. Ibar pulls one over to Napoli. The inning comes to an end as the Angels go down in order. 6 complete. Boston still on top.
Howie Kendrick gets a fastball in half, drives it out to center field for a home run. His 11th. Mike Trout, breaking ball that stayed inside, hits that one well out to left field. His 14th home run, but Saltalamacchia continues to swing the bat well in Angel Stadium and against the Angels in this series. Drives in a couple with a double. And then Pedroia drives in Victorino, who tripled with one out in the 6th. Boston leads this one 6-3. Top of the 7th as Michael Roth comes in the game for the Angels.
Michael Roth this year has pitched in 10 games, has a 1-1 record and a 9.60 ERA. 15 innings, 23 hits. He struck out 14 and walked 4, and opponents hitting .359 against him. Pitched on Wednesday against the St. Louis Cardinals. That was the 12-2 Cardinals win. In that game, he gave up 2 runs on 2 hits and 1 inning of work, issuing a walk. He'll be facing the bottom third of the order for Boston here in the 7th. Saltalamacchia, Holt, and Iglesias trying to keep it a 3-run deficit for the Angels. Angels down at Double-A Arkansas this year for the most part. So he'll pick up his first Major League win here. That was in relief against the Houston Astros. Saltalamacchia will spin around to hit from the right side. Been on board 3 times tonight. Couple of doubles, a walk, couple of runs batted in for Saltalamacchia. Six runs, 10 hits in air, 9 left on for Boston. 3 runs, 7 hits in air, and 4 left on for the Angels. No 1 pitch. Count leave it up at a ball under strike. Good location there.
88-mile-an-hour fastball inside.
Inetta set up outside. That one misses way out. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Angels pitchers have just retired the side once in this one. That was the 3rd inning. That was Jerome Williams. This one took foul. And that was the thing about Jerome kind of in that start against St. Louis. Had an easy 1-2-3 inning. Lead off walk in the 2nd inning. 7 runs come across and he gets taken out. Tonight gave up the early runs, an unearned run in the 1st inning. The Angels tied up in the 2nd. He comes down a 1-2-3 inning in the 3rd. Comes back out for the 4th with the Angels on top. Leadoff walk to Mike Napoli, and all of a sudden it snowballed on him again. This one, it's a called strike 3, and down goes Saltalamacchia for round number 1.
You know, especially his last 2 starts against the Cardinals and the Red Sox, they don't let up against you, especially when you walk a batter leading off an inning. Good location, that fastball from Roth to get Saltalamacchia out. First time he hasn't been on base in this game today.
Getting a pinch hitter here, Brandon Snyder coming up to pinch hit for Brock Holt. Holt finishes the night going 0 for 2 at a sac fly. So Snyder will take over at 3rd base. Snyder got the start last night at 3rd base. Picked up a couple of hits. Takes a strike on the inside corner. Low 2.
Boy, fastball in, followed up with a nice changeup from Roth.
0-2 pitch. Swung on the foul tip. He's got a piece of it.
Boy, with a swing like that on an 0-2 pitch, you have to throw something in the dirt and away. See if you get a swing and miss, make him chase another pitch.
Outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Snyder from the George Brett School of putting pine tar on the bat. Fouls this one off to the right.
Looking back the old Goose Gossage, New York Yankees, Yankee Stadium.
Because now there's so many different types of stuff you use. The motor stick, the spray. Pine tar seems like it's not just a pitcher's thing, allegedly.
Of course, it's allegedly, yes.
2 balls, 2 strikes. He's got that thing on the bat pretty good. Two-two pitch. He's down low. So from 0-2 to 3-2. Iglesias on deck. Well, he got it. Back-to-back strikeouts for Roth. 2 outs.
Another nice off-speed pitch for Michael.
There it is.
Good call, good vision.
Didn't quite work.
Good off-speed, got him out.
George would be happy, though.
Yes.
Yeah, go a little higher, so. That one just missed a little bit outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
They tried to throw a breaking ball. Just a bit outside, though.
I like his reaction as if there was something wrong with the mound.
You always, as a pitcher, you're always looking for somebody to blame. It had to be the mound.
2 balls and no strikes on Iglesias. 1 for 3 tonight. Had an RBI single in the 4th. Angels in the bottom of the 7th inning have 8, 9, and 1 coming up. Iannetta, Harris, and Shuck. 3 ball, no strike count with Ellsbury on deck. You'll see Michael at least working both sides of the plate tonight. Movement on his pitches. 3-1.
The interesting thing about Mike Roth in his delivery, though, he breaks his hands with the glove very quickly over his front knee. So that he's required to have better balance, because at that point he's moving forward and very difficult to throw strikes. Right here he breaks the hands very quickly over the knee.
And he walked him. A 2-out walk after a couple of strikeouts will bring Ellsbury to the plate.
And why I say that, because if you start drifting forward, then you try to play catch up with your throwing arm. It's very difficult to do so.
Ellsbury tonight 1 for 4. Had a single with a run scored in the 1st. One ball, no strikes. 20 pitches now thrown by Roth. Right down the middle. 10 balls, 10 strikes. One 0 pitch. Not gonna miss. Glace has taken a pretty big lead over at first base. Kind of jockeying around over there with Roth. Comes set.
Pretty good speed, 2 stolen bases in 3 attempts this year. In Boston, we talked about it a number of times in these first 2 games, will run.
Roth dropping down there. This one bounced foul. Keeps the count up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. The crowd once again here tonight, but very subdued, of course. From the Angels side of things, Ryan Dempster, who has allowed 3 runs, has kept things in check in the last 3 innings against the Angels.
Well, it got real loud after Trout hit a home run.
Laces takes off as Ellsbury fouls it off to the left.
At that point, giving the Angels the lead, 3-2 in the bottom of the 3rd, on a mammoth home run from Mike Trout.
Yep. They call it catcher's interference. Ellsbury's at first. Ellsbury's been awarded first base, so that's the only thing you can deduce from that. It was catcher's interference with the 2nd or 3rd time this year.
That's not an official at bat. And I think that's the 2nd time this year with Ellsbury.
It's an error on High Nedham.
And right there, you can see a great angle of that bat hitting the glove as Ellsbury let the baseball travel deeper in the zone. And Inetta trying to reach out and frame that pitch.
2 strikeouts, a walk, and now catcher's interference. Victorino fouls it back. Victorino tonight 1 for 4. Triple that he scored in the 6th inning. Down the left field line. J.B. Shuck moving over. Playable for him. The inning comes to an end. No runs, no hits, 2 left on. The bottom of the 7th. Halos down 6-3. The batting champs have the best swing. Rod Carew at 42% of the vote, then Wade Boggs and Tony Gwynn.
But Tony Gwynn only with 24%. Hall of Famer.
Is that your Tony Gwynn impersonation?
Trying to.
That's pretty good. I'd go to San Diego State if you recruited me.
I still have some eligibility left.
Chris Iannetta swings through the first one. Brandon Snyder stays in the game at third base. Iannetta, Harris, and Schuck for the Angels here in the 7th against Dempster, who's coming off a 1-2-3 6th inning. Chris has had a couple of hits tonight. RBI single up the middle in the 2nd, double down the right field line in the 4th.
He's got a real good feel for that split finger fastball now.
One, two, down in the dirt.
We threw him 3 straight. Iannetta with already a single and a double in the game against Dempster.
Check swing foul. Still at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dempster with 3 punch outs, 1 walk, 7 hits allowed. That's 5 extra base hits tonight. Full count.
For the importance of getting those base runners, even via the walk for Iannetta.
And he walked him. So the Angels get their leadoff man on board. We'll go back and revisit the Hyundai key to the game.
Eddie Rose has his thorn, an opportunity to come back. And the Angels have come back against some very good clubs the last few weeks and coming back and winning these games. That gift runner, a walk to Iannetta. And Brandon Harris hit the ball very well to center field last time up. But Ellsbury ran down. He plays pretty deep in center field, Ellsbury does.
Harris 0 for 2 tonight with a strikeout in the 2nd. That fly ball that I was talking about, that was in the 4th. .98 pitches thrown by Dempster so far.
Boy, a lot of room in right center field for Brandon Harris.
Harris fouls one back. Oh, 1 count. Early in the game with Iannetta at first base, we saw a hit run attempt. Harris fouled it off. On the corner. 0-2. Two on the way.
It looked like it got his shirt almost. Was up and in with a split finger fastball. Just missed hitting Harris. They put 2 men on. To force the hand of John Farrell go down to the bullpen. See this. They'll try to turn into it. Just miss hitting them.
Red Sox have action in their bullpen. Left-handed. 2-2. Andrew Miller getting ready. Iannetta with the leadoff walk stands at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Brendan Harris. 1 out. Harris chasing what would have been ball 3. John Farrell is making his way out to the mound with J.B. Shuck due up. So we're going to see ourselves a pitching change, and sure enough, left-hander Andrew Miller is coming into the ballgame with 1 out here in the 7th. The Angels trailing this one by the score of 6-3. Big at a Jack in the Box near you with Jack's new Big Stack Burger. And by Kia. Visit your Southern California Kia retailers at mysocalkia.com. We welcome you back out to Angel Stadium. The Angels down 6-3 with 1 out here in the 7th. John Farrell has gone to his bullpen. It's the big, tall left-hander Andrew Miller on in relief. 37th game for Miller. 1-2 mark at 2.64 ERA. 30 2/3 innings, 24 hits allowed. 48 strikeouts, 17 walks. When the Angels saw him at Fenway Park, got a little erratic with his pitches and gave up some base runners that way.
Yeah, he's got a real good fastball, 93 to 97, and a good slider, but he can get wild on the mound. Overthrow both his fastball and slider. Ryan Dempster did a very nice job here tonight. 103 pitches, 6 1/3. There's 2 earned runs, 4 punch-outs.
Responsible for Iannetta over at first base. 1 out. There's J.B. Shuck. 1 for 3 tonight. Had a double his last time up. First one's outside on the breaking ball. Snyder, the third baseman, in on the grass at third. Trout on deck. One ball, 1 strike. Ball and 2 strikes now at Shuck.
Shuck pulled off on that pitch. He's done very well against left-handed pitching. 333 for Shuck. Now behind the count, distinct in terms of serving a base hit in the left field.
Way outside, it gets by Saltalamacchia, so Iannetta will advance on the wild pitch.
Underneath the glove, assault to Lamakia, allowing Ionetta to advance into scoring position. Could end up being a big pitch there for Miller, because the fact is you will definitely get an opportunity to see Mike Trout come up here in this inning.
2-2 on the way. This is right back up the middle, a base hit. Ionetta will be stopped at third base. Miller fell down, now grabbing his left ankle as he was getting ready to go cover behind home plate.
Right away, did not look comfortable.
So it's a single for Schuck. The Angels have runners at the corners, but as Miller was hustling to head behind home plate to cover on a potential play at the plate, fell down immediately.
Boy, Schuck continues to hit the ball well. Right away, he twisted his ankle as he got out of the way of that line drive first and foremost by Schuck, and then tried to cover the plate. Right when he went from the dirt to the grass.
Yeah.
Very uncomfortable coming off the field also.
Well, Kenny put pressure on it.
We hope he's okay.
Yep. So the Red Sox will have to bring someone in. They will have as much time necessary to get ready. Right there is where it started. It looks like he went to plant, felt it even more so there. He grabbed his foot and then his left shin as well. So we've got ourselves a pitching change here. Angels with a couple of men on and one out, down 6-3. Have a couple of men on. Andrew Miller, the reliever for the Red Sox, taken off the field after the base hit by J.B. Schuck. Once we hear word as to what the injury is, we will certainly pass along our well wishes to Andrew. Hopefully everything is okay and it's nothing serious. And the Junior Angels Kids Club, presented by Farrell's Ice Cream Parlor Restaurants, is accepting members. Those members receiving Mike Trout jersey, 2 ticket vouchers, Farrell's gifts, and more. Sign up today at angels.com/Junior Angels or any of your Southern California's Farrell's locations.
See a pretty good matchup here. Trout gets Andrew Bailey. Bailey fastball 92 to 96. Also throws a cut fastball and occasional curveball. Has struggled this season. ERA 4.44.
Yeah, when Hanrahan went down, Bailey was given the opportunity to close games out. Has 8 saves on the year, but as you pointed out, the ERA is close to 4.5 in 27 games. Has a 3-1 record, 24 in the third inning, 21 hits allowed, 34 strikeouts, and 11 walks. Opponents hitting .233 against him. The Angels down by 3 will have the tying run coming to the plate, and because Bailey's a closer per se, doesn't take him a whole lot of time to get ready. Of course, anytime there's an injury, a pitcher that comes in has the opportunity to throw as many pitches necessary until he feels comfortable and ready to go.
They expect a lot of fastballs, either fastball or cut fastball from Bailey. Had a good game so far. Trout a double and a home run.
Two New Jersey natives here facing each other. Inetta standing at third, Shuck at first. Trout tonight 2 for 3, a double, a home run, and a fly ball to right that ended up becoming a double play. Shuck was thrown out at third by Victorino. First one's grounded to short. Iglesias will feed Pedroia, relay, and that is in time. How about that? One pitch and a double play ball with Mike Trout at the plate. The inning comes to an end. 7 complete, Angels still down. One pitch by Andrew Bailey. That's all it took for the Angels to get out of the 7th inning. A double play ball into by Mike Trout. Here in the 8th inning, Kevin Jepson takes over on the mound. Does so for Michael Roth, who threw a scoreless 7th.
Yeah, Bailey threw a cut fastball to Mike Trout. Now, outside part of the plate, it's a ground ball right to shortstop. 6-4-3 has to be hit well and has to be right at the shortstop to be able to turn a double play with Trout running. And executed well by Bailey.
Jepson pitching in his 26th game, a 1-2 mark, a 3.92 ERA. 22 third innings, 19 hits, 22 punch outs. Kevin pitched a couple of nights ago against the St. Louis Cardinals with 1 inning and 2 punch outs. Looked good in that one. He'll face 3, 4, and 5 for the Red Sox here in the 8th. Pedroia, Ortiz, and Napoli. First one's inside. Pedroia 1 for 3 tonight. Couple of fly ball outs, a walk, and an RBI single. And that was in the 6th inning off of Michael Kahn. This has been a entire bullpen game for the Angels because Jerome Williams got knocked out in the 4th. This one shot through the right side, of base hit to Pedroia. A couple of hits for him tonight.
Well, his approach is so consistent. Wherever the pitch is thrown, that's where he's trying to hit the baseball. He's still quick on the inside fastball. This fastball's away and it's up. And this goes with the pitch the other way and hit hard.
There's David Ortiz. 1 for 3. Pardon me, 1 for 4 tonight. He'll look at his strike. Ortiz had a base hit back in the first inning. Pedroia takes off, and Ortiz drives one out to left center field. Trout is there, makes the grab. Pedroia hustles back to first, 1 out.
Boy, he had a big jump. Went sliding into second base, but had to re-tag the base. Boy, a running jump for Pedroia, a straight steal. Slide in, touches the base, and then you have to re-tag the base to go back to first base.
One out, 1 on for Napoli. First baseman. A couple of walks, so for 2. Boston with 11 hits tonight. They've left 11 men on base. Williams got charged with 5 runs, 4 earned in 3 innings, plus 5 batters. Kahn gave up a run, his 1 inning. Richards 2 scoreless, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, and Roth 1 inning, 2 strikeouts and a walk. Napoli skies one foul on the first base side, and out of play. It's an 0-2 count.
Well, this Red Sox lineup can swing the bat. They're not up there looking for singles. They're up there trying to drive the baseball. Good hard swings. Yet, they don't strike out a lot. They make good contact where it counts.
Got good production from Nava. They got good production from Iglesias. One ball, 2 strikes.
Almost very similar when you look at that Cardinal club. 1 through 9 can make some contact.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we've now seen the Pirates, the Cardinals, the Red Sox for 2 series. Right now, I mean, on July the 6th, this right here is the most complete club we've seen.
Part of the reason is resurgence of John Lackey in the rotation. John Lester's back. Buchholz, who's hurt right now, is throwing the ball very, very well for him also. So their starting staff is back to where it used to be. And a very, very productive offense and some good team type players, and like Victorino right there that knows how to play the game the right way.
1-2. Up and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, last season, 260 team batting average, 4.5 runs a game. This year, 279, averaging over 5 runs a game. At some point, they anticipate getting Middlebrooks back to be able to play third base. He's got a lot of power himself. And a huge difference as far as their starters' ERA. Last year over 5, this year 3.71. Second rank in the American League. Big part of that, John Farrell being the manager.
Full count now.
Going in with the fastball. That's the one thing Kevin hasn't done a lot of, is throwing fastballs inside. And went over through the fastball in.
So a full count with 1 out. Figure that Pedroia will be on the move. Doesn't go. It's foul tip right into the net. 2 outs.
And this fastball back inside. Stayed inside a lot of the pitches against Napoli. And it's good to see from Jepsen, because a lot of his pitches, fastballs away, cut fastballs away. This time, Aineta setting up inside and gets a swing and miss from Napoli.
2 outs and a man on. Daniel Nava to plate. 3 for 4 tonight. 3 singles, a couple runs scored. Popped out the shallow left center in the 6th. Looks like Bailey will be coming back out for the 8th inning. Pujols, Hamilton, and Kendrick due up. So 1 pitch in the 7th to get the double play off the bat of Trout. And Nava picks up his 4th hit. Hamilton bobbles it as he falls down, trying to knock it down. Pedroia being waved around, and ending up at 3rd is Nava. 7-3 Red Sox. A 2-out hit and run for Boston here in the 8th.
Well, what a series Nava's had. 6th hit. Well, Nava quick through a fastball. And Hamilton trying to cut that baseball off, knowing that Pedroia was probably going to be sent home. Unable to come up with a baseball. Stumbles, tries to get up, and unable to get a handle there also.
It's going to be a double and an RBI and an error on Hamilton, 7th error of the year. Double the 13th for Nava on the year, picks up his 50th run batted in. Saltalamacchia will get the intentional walk here. Brandon Snyder will be the batter. Snyder pitch hit in the 7th, struck out against Roth. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Here's Snyder, 0 for 1. Three errors tonight for the Angels. They committed 5 in the first 2 games of the series. 67 errors on the year. Double play that Trout hit into in the 7th and 90th that the Angels have hit into this year. 14 more than the next American League team. This was lifted foul and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
he certainly had the right guy up there in Mike Trout. He's had a big game.
Yep.
But Bailey's been a quality pitcher, especially he's been a closer, a very successful closer, although not in a closing situation at that point in the 7th.
Saltalamacchia takes off. Snyder pops it up. Shallow right. Hamilton coming in. Boston gets a run here in the 8th. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. The Angels down 7-3. Back out of the mound. He'll be facing Pujols, Hamilton, and Kendrick here in this 8th inning. Stick around after the last out. Angels live post game presented by your SoCal Mazda dealers. Michael Leaves and Tim Salmon will be breaking it down for you after the ball game. Pujols tonight is 0 for 2. A ground ball to short, a fly to right, and a walk. Angels with 8 hits. Boston with 12. Talking about facing a team like the Red Sox as that pitch misses down low. We said it with the Cardinals. You can't give a team like that extra outs, extra base runners, extend innings. That's what the Angels have done through the first 2 games of this series, after taking 2 or 3 from St. Louis.
And their approach more consistent this season. We showed you the numbers from last season as compared to this season. Different type of hitters in this lineup. They'll fight you all the way through in the batter's box. And when you give free runners via the base on balls, then you put yourself in an even tougher position.
Boston just 3 for 15 with men in scoring position tonight. With 12 hits, they've stranded 13 and still up by 4. Pujols taps it foul. It's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. The Angels tonight 2 for 7 with men in scoring position. Albert shoots one past Iglesias. Leadoff single here in the 8th.
Albert able to get some good balance. It's a ground ball up the middle. Shorten up his stride. Make good contact there.
Bring up Josh, hitless tonight. Fly ball to center, ground ball to third, and a bouncer back to the mound. Hamilton late on the fastball there. It's an 0-1 count. Josh in the midst of a 10-game hitting streak. Fouled off the left. 0-2 now. Handles at one time had a 3-2 lead. That was heading to the top of the fourth inning. Then Boston batted around. Scored 3 times. Not look back. 0-2 pitch. This is ripped down to right field line with hook and foul and out of play.
I know we say that often about that shutdown inning after your offense provides you with a lead. It's so important to maintain momentum. Because once you have that lead, put up a 0, then you can do some things offensively. You get guys on base, hit and run. You can bunt. You do whatever it takes to increase that lead. But then you look up, then you're behind 5-3 instead of having that 3-2 lead.
Hamilton chases the breaking ball for round number 1. A strikeout. Brings up Howie Kendrick. Standing at first.
To a breaking ball. Gets the outside corner at 77 miles an hour. Hamilton out in front, unable to make contact.
It's the 5th time tonight that the Angels have had their leadoff man reach followed by an out. We talk about bunching runs or bunching hits together and trying to create something. The Angels just have not been able to do that tonight.
That was their formula for success against the Cardinals.
Yep. Kendrick 1 for 3 with a home run back into second. Fouls this one off to the right. 0-2 count. Trumbo on deck. Check swing, bouncer towards second. Pedroia had a little stutter step there because of Bailey. Wasn't sure if Bailey was going to field it or not. They get the out at first, 2 outs.
Not an easy play for Pedroia. Making sure Bailey's okay when he tried to jump up and make the play. Just over the glove. And Pedroia had to deal with Pujols screening him. Still able to get Howie out at first base. We talked about that last night. He seems to be everywhere.
Trumbo 0 for 3 tonight. A couple of fly ball outs, strikeout. Looks like Ernesto Frieri is going to pitch the 9th. Boston with 9-1-2 coming up. One and one. Rocketed foul down the right field line toward the corner. 1-2 foul. Frieri hasn't pitched since Sunday. Houston. to an end. The Angels leave a man in scoring position with through 8. Boston still on top, 7-3. Famed car customizer Ryan Friedlinghouse and his crew at West Coast Customs continue to take common vehicles from ordinary to extraordinary at West Coast Customs. Each episode brings viewers inside one of the most dynamic car shops in the world. Don't miss a new episode tomorrow, this Sunday. Ernesto Frieri getting ready to face the Red Sox here in the 9th. 37th game for him, an 0-1 record, a 3.19 ERA. We'll have 9-1-2 to deal with Boston. .52 strikeouts in 36 2/3 innings.
Reason why Mike Scioscia wants to get him some work in tonight so he can be ready. He'll potentially close the game tomorrow. Closers like to get a lot of work. Inconsistent work means inconsistency in the strike zone.
Also have the off day on Monday before starting a road trip Tuesday night at Wrigley Field. Jose Iglesias, the batter. He's 1 for 3 tonight. RBI single back in the 4th inning. Also drew a walk in the 7th. First one's way up and in. One ball, one strike. Halos in the bottom of the 9th inning. We'll have the bottom 3rd coming up. As Iglesias hits one out toward straightaway center field. It's playable for Trout. One away. Figured that Bailey would be done after an inning and 2/3.
Looks like there's some movement down in the bullpen for the Red Sox.
Alex Wilson, right-hander, getting ready. Jacoby Ellsbury steps in with 1 out, nobody on. First one's just a little bit low. Ellsbury has had a 1 for 4 night. Reach on catcher's interference in the 7th. Two and 0.
Ellsbury with that base hit now is a 16-game hit streak.
Three balls and a strike. Angels, if they end up losing this ball game, won't lose any ground, but go back to 5 games under 500. As you were building to some momentum after taking 2 or 3 from St. Louis. And a 1-out walk. And speedy Ellsbury on board. Seventh walk issued by Angels pitchers tonight. Johnny Gomes will pinch hit here for Shane Victorino. Gomes got the start last night out of left field. Ended up going 1 for 4. Also drew a walk. Petaluma, California native.
Yeah, you got to believe Ellsbury on first pitch may be going. 34 stolen bases on the season. He got 35 at a stolen base in the game tonight.
Takes off, pitches outside to third out for Lionetta. Close. Stolen base. Ellsbury, good speed, got a good jump again.
Big jump. You see him when he's getting in position to try to steal the base. He's got that momentum going. His feet are moving as a pitcher. That's when you try to hold the ball, even step off quickly. Otherwise, he's going to be easy to get in there to second base like he did. Moving up on the all-time list as a Red Sox, now third with 225 career stolen bases.
Cal evened up with a ball at a strike. Remember Harry Hooper? Run like the wind. Pedroia on deck. 1 out. 7-3 Boston here in the ninth.
Good fastball. That one at 97 from Ernesto. You see Ernesto try a slider here. It's one pitch he's trying to get a better feel for.
Up and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Boston with solo runs in the first and second, 3 in the fourth, solo runs in the 6th and the 8th. The Angels with 2 in the second, 1 in the third. That has been all for the Angels offense. Called strike 3. Down goes Gomes. 2 outs.
Goes to paint the outside corner against Gomes. Hits the spot. Good fastball from Ernesto.
So now it's Pedroia with Ellsbury at second. Red Sox second baseman, 2 for 4 tonight. A couple of singles and an RBI. Also drew a walk back in the 4th. Ibar, Iannetta, and Harris, the scheduled 3 for the Angels in the 9th. You see a pinch hitter for Brendan Harris. And we're getting started at third base tonight.
Has got a good feel for that fastball away, especially last 3 pitches. Gomes punch out, and then these two that Pedroia.
Now the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Pedroia. We will head to the bottom of the ninth. The Angels down by 4. Couple of changes defensively for Boston, and Johnny Gomes, since he pinch hit in the inning, stays in the game in left field. That moves Daniel Nava over to right field. New pitcher on for the Red Sox is Alex Wilson. Takes over for Andrew Bailey.
Wilson fastball 90 to 95, slider, changeup.
26-year-old, second-round pick back in 2009 out of Winthrop University. That's in South Carolina. Eric Ibar leading things off. First one is a strike. Wilson pitching in his 25th game in the big leagues this year. Has a 1-1 mark at 3.16 ERA. Eric a 1 for 3 ninth. There's a bunt base hit. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bailey, by the way, an inning and 2/3, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts.
Well, he made a key pitch to Mike Trout to get a double play to end the 7th.
One and two. Pulled foul in front of Alfredo Griffin. Count remains at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Albar just protecting there. Still with the ball and 2 strikes. Iannetta on deck. Looks like the Red Sox starting to get some action in their bullpen. In case the Angels are able to turn the lineup around. But Breslow, the veteran. So a nice year for the Red Sox. Albar chases the breaking ball. It's off for the mock here. Goes on to first. A little high throw, but Naples got it. 1 out. Callaspo's come out to the on-deck circle. Iannetta's been on board 3 times tonight. RBI single in the second, a double in the fourth, and a walk in the seventh. Broken bat flare out to right center field, making a 3-hit game. Been on board 4 times.
A good approach throughout the entire game for Iannetta. 3 hits, a walk.
So Callaspo pinch hitting for Harris. Alberto hitting .265 on the season. 0 for 2 as a pinch hitter this year. Takes outside. Flare down the left field line, tailing foul. Two.
He's got a good feel for his slider. Fastball away the pitch before. Callaspo late on. And then a slider, the backdoor slider at 83.
You know, not quite as tall. Got a little Mike Timlin look to him.
Similar type of pitches also.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, Timlin had a very successful career coming up at Toronto initially. But they had some power arms at that point. Dwayne Ward, Tom Henke, Timlin.
Well, full count now with Shuck on deck. Trout in the hole. 1 out here. Ibar struck out to lead off the inning. Iannetta with a base hit. Iannetta takes off, 3-2, out toward left center field, chasing Ellsbury back, still going back, and he'll make the run and catch. 2 outs as Iannetta scampers back to first.
Well, hit well by Callaspo, but Ellsbury's played it pretty deep center field in this game. He's able to track this one down, going back on the baseball to left center field. Gold glove before. Some very good range these first 2 games of this series.
So the Angels down to the last out here. Shuck with a couple of hits, 2 for 4, a double and a single. Both starters, the pitchers of record. Dempster getting his 6th win if the Angels fail to score at least 4 here in the ninth with 2 outs. Jerome Williams marked it even up at 5-5. Double for JB in the 5th inning, his 11th of the year. 1 ball and strike. Line to center. A 3-hit game for JB Shuck. The Trout will come up with a couple of men on and 2 outs.
Some need for some base runners, and Shuck once again. With a big base hit. Back up the middle once again. The breaking ball that this stayed up in the strike zone, and Shuck, a good swing, good approach, and try to do too much to it.
11 hits for the Angels, 12 for Boston. The Halos down by 4 with 2 outs in the ninth. Trout 2 for 4 with a double and a home run. Pujols on deck. They're loaded up for Pujols.
One swing for Pujols. We have a tie game now. Certainly not something that Wilson's trying to do here. Especially late in the game, you never want to put that opportunity for someone like Albert Pujols to come up with one swing, tie the game, and force John Farrell to get down to the bullpen.
So we're going to have ourselves a pitching change. Albert Pujols with an opportunity to try to tie things up. The Angels down 7-3. And with 2 outs, Albert Pujols will face Koji Uehara, guy who has been closing games out for John Farrell. Uehara, 2-0 record, a 1.95 ERA. This will be his 40th game, has 5 saves under his belt, 37 innings, 52 strikeouts, and 8 walks.
Always around the strike zone. Fastball 88 to 93, cut fastball, curveball, and a very good split finger fastball. He has given up 5 home runs this year in 37 innings pitched. And generally it's going to be a split finger fastball that stays up in the strike zone.
Albert 1 for 3 and a walk. Takes the off-speed pitch for a strike.
And that was that split finger fastball right there. That was traveling towards a dangerous area for Uehara where Pujols can turn on and get down the left field line and tie it.
Tied at third, Shuck at second, Trout at first. Got hit by a pitch. Here's the 0-1. Down and away. Albert 0 for 2 in his career against Uehara. He pitched last night. Scoreless, 9th inning. And 1 strikeout, and that was of Hamilton. 1-1 pitch. This is fouled back to the fastball there. Halo's down at the last strike now. Now the 1-2 down to the dirt. Two balls, two strikes, two outs, bases loaded, down by 4. 2-2 pitch. Albert drills one, but foul, way out in front of that one.
And that's that splitter that stayed up. It's a couple in the sequence against Pujols in which Uehara is not able to get that split finger fastball down. That's right down the heart of the plate. But just enough off that pitch. The Pujols pulled it foul.
Another 2-2. This one's fouled off to the right. Back with the fastball at 89.
Pretty good battle so far.
Uehara really rubbing up the new baseball. Face Pujols once again at 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. The pitch. It's a little looper into center field. That's going to bring home 2. Trout will stay at second, and the Angels are down by 2. And the potential game winner coming to the plate in Josh Hamilton.
A nice at bat by Pujols. Back-to-back hits for Pujols. 1 in the 8th, and now here in the 9th. And a couple RBI. That's a tough pitch. Just went with it, served it into the outfield. It's a quality at bat for Pujols. So she's going to go to the pinch runner.
Colin Cowgill takes over at first base. Cowgill representing the tying run. Pujols picks up RBIs 50 and 51.
Well, Hamilton did it the other day against the Cardinals in the 9th inning.
First RBIs for Albert since that double he hit at Detroit on the last road trip. Trout at second, Cowgill at first. Good speed on the bases for the Angels. Down by 2 now. Hamilton steps in. He's 0 for 4 on the night. First one, check swing foul. 0-1 count. Tried to lay off the off speed. Oh, 1 pitch. Downstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Cowgill will really have to get a good jump to be able to score. The defense in the outfield here for the Red Sox playing extremely deep.
2 for 10 in his career against his former Texas Ranger teammate. Here's the 1-1. This is line to right. That's a base hit. Trout is going to be waved in. The throw goes to second base. The Angels are down by a run. Josh Hamilton extends his hitting streak to 11 games.
A nice swing by Hamilton. Waited for a pitch that gets elevated. And it looks like another split finger fastball that stayed up. Calgo very aggressive getting to third. That's important because Uehara is a guy that can bounce that split finger fastball into dirt. Potential wild pitch can tie the game up with that.
Juan Nieves, the pitching coach, out to pay a visit. Howie will be the 8th man to bat here in the 9th inning. 2-out rally for the Halos. Played at 3 runs, down by a run now. Tying run at third, winning run at first at Hamilton. Howie tonight 1 for 4, homer back in the second. His 11th of the year. First one is cut on and missed, one with a breaking ball. And it's an 0-1 count. It's almost like the sinker approach. If it starts at the knees, lay off of it.
And it's not going to be a strike. Just force it up in the strike zone. 2 for 10 with 2 home runs against Uehara for Howie Kendrick.
Take a Ric Flair right here to tie it up. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss on the off speed.
Now you got to shorten up your approach. Yes, you're trying for extra base hit there. Now the approach is different for Howie. And if you're Calgill at third base, be prepared if this split finger fastball gets in the dirt at all. Get a good secondary lead and just go. Especially with Howie behind in the count 0-2.
Here's the 0-2. Now he fouls it off his body. And with a breaking ball there. Still at no balls and 2 strikes.
When early in the game, Howie had a nice approach in the second inning. There's something on the inner half, inside-out approach. That's what he's going to have to try to do against Uehara here. Is let the baseball travel. If it starts at the knees, let it go. But if it's elevated at all, have that approach, serve it in the right center field.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners at the corners, 3 runs in for the Angels in the ninth. Here's the 0-2. Ground ball to the left side. Snyder picks it, fires it high over the second baseman's head. We are tied at 7. Hamilton ends up at third. How about that gift? Snyder never had a handle of the baseball.
Boy, and he tried to rush that throw to second base. And a break, finally, for the Angels against the Red Sox here.
The winning run 90 feet away as Mark Trumbo will come up.
Boy, he forced it almost like he threw a palm ball over to Pedroia. And Hamilton alertly gets right back up and gets to third base. Again, the importance of being to third base, you've taken away Uehara's best pitch, the split finger fastball in the dirt.
Brand new ball game, 7-7. Trumbo with an opportunity to win it.
The walk-off master, Mark Trumbo.
Everything happening with 2 outs. Trumbo tonight 0 for 4. Swing and a miss. Kendrick takes off towards second. And it's an 0-1 count. No action in the Angels bullpen, so Frieri would be the guy if this continues on. 4 career walk-off hits for Trumbo. Oh, 1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Townsend with a fastball away. Just like Kendrick, the Angels down to the last strike here in this 9th inning. But unlike Kendrick, already a tie game.
Yeah, if you're Trumbo, you're just trying to make contact. Yep. Force them to make a play against you.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss, and we are headed for free baseball. The Angels score 4 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Tie this one up. We're headed to the 10th, knotted up at 7. back on the mound. Koji Uehara on the mound. This should have been the third out and the end of the ball game. But Brandon Snyder never had a good handle on the baseball. Shot putted it over to Dustin Pedroia and airmailed it. That brought in, I should say, the tying run.
Well, Nava did a nice job of being there and backing up, because there was no way that Dino was going to hold up Hamilton once he got up and got to third base.
Brad Hopp takes over at first base. Callaspo stays in the game. He's at third. David Ortiz leading things off. Looks at a strike. Ortiz, Napoli, and Nava for Boston here in the 10th. David Ortiz tonight 1 for 5, had a single back in the first. Ernesto pitched the 9th inning. Struck out 2 and walked a man. Ahead of the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Boy, a 2-out, 4-run rally for the Angels, helped out too by Snyder's error.
It's still an impressive comeback to tie it.
Ortiz goes down swinging, make that 3 consecutive strikeouts for Ernesto. The first out here, the 10th is in the books.
Boy, after 2 fastballs, painting the outside corner, goes upstairs with a fastball and gets a swing and miss on 3 pitches. Ortiz done with a strikeout. Unable to catch up to that high 4-seam fastball.
Napoli swings through the first one. Napoli 0 for 3 tonight. A couple of strikeouts, a couple of walks, and a run scored. The Angels in the bottom of the 10th inning have the same guys that came up in the bottom of the 9th. Ibar, Iannetta, and now Callaspo. 0-2. Napoli does not like the call by Tim Timmons.
That looked like it definitely got the strike zone. 96.
Timmons has been calling that pitch pretty much a strike all night for both sides.
Got the strike zone.
Unless Mike thought it was low.
But clearly our Fox tracks in the strike zone.
0-2 pitch. This is Scott foul. Not a play.
Always leery about going upstairs against Napoli. He's pretty quick on a high fastball.
Another 0-2. Breaking pitch, foul tip, hung on to by Iannetta. 2 down.
Nasty slider from Ernesto. Well, that's the perfect release point for his slider, and gets the second out, second punch out of the inning for Ernesto.
There's Daniel Nava. Big swing and a miss. 4-hit game for Nava. 3 singles and an RBI double. Craig Breslow back up and warming for Boston. Uehara faced 4 batters in that 9th inning. A 1 pitch. Struck on the inside corner, 0-2. Two strikeouts to start this 10th inning. Now in the hole here at 0-2. Time is called. Seven runs, 12 hits, an error, 14 left on for Boston. The Angels with 7 runs, 13 hits, 3 errors, and 8 left on. 0-2 pitch. Just inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He missed by a lot at 96 from Ernesto. And it did get the top of the strike zone.
One, two. Swing and a miss. Down goes Navas. Frieri strikes out the side. 5 consecutive punch out for Ernie. We'll head to the bottom of the 10th, still tied at 7. Tied up at 7. It's the bottom third of the order coming up. Ibar, Iannetta, and Cayasco. This is what happened in the 9th inning.
Boy, Albert Pujols fought off a very good pitcher's pitch. Gets a base hit, drives in 2. Keeps the rally alive. Josh Hamilton gets it. Base hit in the right field. Keeps his hit streak alive. Bringing the Angels within 1. Then Howie. Slow roller to third. Snyder unable to make the play. Couldn't get the handle of the baseball. Throws it in the outfield. Calgill ties the game up. And here we are, bottom of the 10th. Ernesto Frieri, what a job he has done out of the bullpen for Mike Scioscia tonight.
Ernesto, 2 innings, 5 strikeouts, and 1 walk. A fantastic outing for him. Saw Breslow getting ready. Faced the bottom third of the order. It's about as crisp and as clean 2 innings we've seen from Ernesto in quite a long time.
Breslow, fastball. 87, 92, cut fastball, curveball, changeup.
Looks like Dane De La Rosa beginning to warm up for the Angels in case this game continues. Halos are down to 3 pitchers in the bullpen. Scott Downs, Billy Buckner, and Dane De La Rosa.
I love having Eric Ibar up here to lead off this 10th inning. Been so consistent the last month or so for the Angels.
Ibar struck out in the 9th inning. He's had a 1-for-4 game. And while we were talking about the Angels pitchers and what they have left in the bullpen, aside from Breslow, Junichi Tazawa, only guy left for Boston without having to go to starters. Base hit to start this one off by Eric Ibar, his 2nd hit of the night.
Boy, the right guy up to lead off this inning, no question about it, Eric Ibar. With his fastball, inner half, tucked his hand in, smokes it by Snyder and into the outfield.
Iannetta squares to bunt and pushes a bunt foul on the first base side.
Didn't really look comfortable bunting there. Hasn't probably been asked to bunt a whole lot. Basically what you're trying to do is play catch with your bat there, just to put that ball down in the grass. Ibar's got great speed.
On base 4 times tonight, 3 hits and a walk. And that wasn't even a strike, which makes it that much more difficult. Snyder in on the grass at third base. Napoli playing in front of Ibar at first. A strike on the corner, 0-2. First 3-hit game of the season for Chris Iannetta. 2 singles and a double. He also picked up an RBI. Callaspo on deck, and JB Shutt. Outfield shallow. The 0-2. Called strike 3 right down the middle. Not sure what Chris was looking for there, but there's out number 1.
Boy, he paints the inside corner here. 3 pitches.
So Callaspo will step up. He batted in the 9th against Wilson from the left side. Drove one out the left center field that Ellsbury tracked down. Roberto, of course, from the right side here with Breslow. 0-1 count. Breslow doesn't walk many guys. Doesn't strike out many guys either. His 14 punch-outs at 26 2/3 make that 15 now. Throw to first.
He's got a pretty good move. It's not the A move from Breslow. Very difficult to steal against. That's some pretty good career numbers against the Angels. 28 games now. He's got an ERA 2.45.
They've got Ibar picked off. The throw from Napoli is in time. 2 outs.
And a strong throw from Napoli. With Iglesias allowed to apply the tag.
Red Sox in the 11th. If we get there, 7, 8, and 9 coming up. Salt and Lamacchia, Snyder and Iglesias. De La Rosa continuing to warm up in the pen. Here's the 1-1. Callaspo pulls a foul. Callaspo taking one crack at it, trying to end it with one swing of the bat.
Well, he's looking for something extra base hit wise.
4 home runs on the year for Alberto. 2 from the right, 2 from the left. And average-wise, much better from the left side this year. 280 compared to 233. Now the 1-2 upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Past the 4-hour mark here tonight. Angels went into the 9th inning down 7-3, then dropped the 4 spot with 2 outs to tie things up. 2-2 now. Callaspo fouls it back. Six hits combined, 22 base runners stranded combined. Another 2-2. Callaspo shoots one back up the middle, a rifle on the base hit with 2 outs. That'll bring up JB Shutt.
That's 2 good at-bats in a row for Callaspo. Ellsbury ran down a good shot to left center field. That one right back up the middle. wonder if that got him. Saltalamacchia out to talk to Breslow. I think it got him in the hip.
Yeah.
It did.
JB's had himself a 3-hit game tonight. A couple of singles and a double. Snyder playing in over at third. Pops this one up. Shallow left center field. Johnny Gomes comes charging in. Makes the catch. We will head to the 11th. Still tied at 7. Top of the 11th, tied at 7. Ernesto Friere, a very solid 2 innings with 5 strikeouts, 5 consecutive strikeouts, 2 to finish off the 9th, and then striking out the side in the 10th. He will look on as Dane De La Rosa takes over on the mound. 38th game for him, 3-1 mark, a 3.43 ERA. Looking to bounce back after a tough outing last night, hitting in a third, 2 runs, 2 hits, one of which was a home run, and that was to David Ortiz. Saltalamacchia, Snyder, Iglesias, 7, 8, 9 for Boston. 0-1. Saltalamacchia tonight, 2 for 3, a couple of doubles, 2 runs batted in. He has also struck out and walked twice, intentionally in the 8th. 3 infielders on the right side with Saltalamacchia up from the left side of the plate. De La Rosa being used. Scott Downs and Billy Buckner remain in the Angels bullpen. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. We have not been given any word on the status of Andrew Miller, by the way. Big tall lefty that gave up the base hit to J.B. Shuck, the only batter he faced. Miller hurt. Appeared to be his lower left leg. No word from the Red Sox clubhouse. 1-2. Ground ball to short. That's where Callaspo's at in the overshift. 1 away.
And that all-important first out here in the 11th. Well played by Callaspo. Rosa getting a ground ball out.
The reason I bring up Miller is Tazawa's the only guy left. He went 2/3 of an inning last night. Here's Brandon Snyder, 0 for 2. Came in as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning, struck out then, and But a fly ball to right in the 8th inning. You got to be careful with Snyder. Has some pop in his bat. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Snyder's error is what allowed this game to be tied. A throwing error. Ball that Kendrick hit. Chopper to the left side. Callaspo has it on 2 hops. 2 down.
A couple ground balls right to Callaspo here to get the first 2 outs.
The Angels in the bottom of the 11th inning have Trout, Hop, and Hamilton coming up.
You got to believe Breslow's going to go back out for sure, especially with 2 lefties following Mike Trout.
Pujols was pulled after the 2 RBI single in the 9th for a pinch runner, Colin Cowgill. Hop took over at first. Here's Iglesias, the shortstop. Pops this one up. First pitch. Hop into foul territory is there. De La Rosa with a 1-2-3 11th. Will head to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied at 7th. It'll be Mike Trout, Brad Hop, and Josh Hamilton to face Craig Breslow here in the 11th.
Mike Trout leading off the 3rd inning. Slider that stayed out over the plate, and he crushed a mammoth home run to left field. 14th home run, 2nd extra base hit of the game at that point. A double first at bat, home run, the 2nd at bat.
He's 2 for 4 tonight. That double home run. A fly ball out and a double play ball that he hit into the 7th inning. He was hit by a pitch in the 9th inning. That was Wilson's last batter in the 9th. The first one is in for a strike. Nava's playing Trout toward the right field line. Ellsbury a couple of steps to the alley in right center field. Gomes straight up and left. One and one.
Breslow very difficult to hit out of the ballpark. He allowed 1 home run in 27 2/3, but he is facing Mike Trout.
Went around. So it appeared. Mike Winters rings it up. 1-2. Pretty nasty pitch down at it.
Hard slider. No question, crossed the plate.
One ball, 2 strikes. Trout leading off this 11th. Breslow's 2nd inning of work.
Boy, he had a good swing at that one.
Breslow came up a couple of knocks in that 10th inning, but picked off Eric Ibar. They left Callaspo stranded at first. Called strike 3. Down goes Trout for the first out here in the 11th. Breaking ball that apparently caught the inside corner.
See if this catches any part of the plate before it goes to the catcher's mitt, and it didn't. Off the plate.
Timmons rings him up. There's Brad Hopp for his first plate appearance tonight. 12th game with the Angels. .222 average. 4 for 18. A couple of runs batted in. Hopp made his Angels debut at Fenway Park. Game 2 of that day-night doubleheader on that Saturday as he chases the breaking ball. In the hole at 0-2, Josh Hamilton is on deck. This is Albert's spot in the lineup. Pujols finishing the game with a couple of hits, 2 for 4. 2 RBI single with 2 outs. He played the first 2 runs in that 9th inning.
Over the fastball up like that. Now more than likely Breslow's going to throw him a slider away now.
This is pulled through the right side, a hanging slider. And the Angels have a winning run on board for Josh Hamilton.
One thing always to keep in mind with Breslow, he's a guy who generally does his pitch in 1 inning. 28 games this year he's pitched in, 26 2/3. This slider stayed out over the plate. Brad Hopp, good swing, good approach, base hit. Got around the slider. Real good view of getting underneath the baseball instead of staying on top of it.
First one to Hamilton. Ripped out to straightaway right center field. This one's got a chance. Gone! Walk-off big fly for Josh Hamilton. Angels win it 9-7.
That Angel fans is a fantastic finish for that man right there. Josh Hamilton got a big base hit in the 9th and wins it in the 11th. A tremendous home run to right center field. Walk-off, big fly for Hamilton. Woo.
12th home run of the year. RBIs 32 and 33. Picks up the win in relief. Hamilton for the second time in less than a week. A hero tonight. He's down on the field with Jamie Maggio.
Well, Victor, I guess this is a little bit of deja vu. Here we are again, Josh, another walk-off situation. You must have liked what you saw on that pitch, huh?
Hey, sorry about the ball and right. No, it was good. Looking for a heater. Got it. God, this game is so crazy.
Isn't it, though? Why is it crazy, Josh?
Oh, man. Because you can do something stupid 1 minute and then do something awesome the next.
And be part of this walk-off win in front of all these people. Like we said, second walk-off here in 3 games. What's the significance of that for a team that's kind of had its ups and downs?
Oh, building momentum. It's always about that. You know, these guys, like I said last time, it's fun playing with these guys. They never quit. And, God, I hope the fans are excited about this one.
Can you hear that? I think so.
Yes.
Big game tomorrow, Lackey and Weaver. How do you take the momentum from this game, and what's the value in putting the momentum in the Angels' favor with the big matchup tomorrow?
Go home and get some sleep and come out and try to feel fresh tomorrow and play. Boston's a great team, but obviously we want to win a series, so we'll come out ready to roll.
All right, Josh, thank you. Congratulations. All right, everybody, stick around. We've got Angels Live coming up after the break. Michael Eaves and Tim Salmon. Angels win it in 11 with the final score 9-7 over the Boston Red Sox.